PPE for that type of thing. But yeah,
Get that Dustin. Oh, Celia's here.
Hey guys, hopefully no technical issues this week, but I'm back. Yay!
Yo.
Wow, okay. I thought you were at some anime convention or something last night.
I just got back home, like legitimately.
Yo, what's up, Eli?
how many hours of sleep in the last
We're gonna do the
24
T
hours?
teams. I don't know if we'll finish it all today because there's a lot of T teams.
So I guess for full context, I was at Anime New York for a licensing
Let me add this to the
summit.
playlist.
Like the convention was going on the same time, but like on a different floor. It was like industry people yapping. So I did that, got to check out the convention floor, visited our partners, and flew back, and I'm here. So good to see you guys.
Wow, okay.
All right. So, Little Man's funeral was earlier today. We did that.
Yeah, I already got to No Good today.
Church.
It's been crazy, you know.
We're gonna start with TCU here. We're 0-3 this season. Not a great start. I've already put 65 hours into this game.
To back up. Yeah, but it was just a day?
I already put 65 hours in this game. 2 years ago, it took me 70 hours to play all the teams. I'm going to blow that out the water.
We're gonna play Longhorns.
Yeah, that's happening. Going against Hawaii here. Yeah, I would still say of all the 5 churches I visited, the one that I still like the most is Christian Chapel, the first one I see.
Day? Just a day?
Well, no, I flew in on Wednesday night, and I flew out this morning. So I just, like,
You seem very confused about this picture. So you did something from the screen.
Yeah. What did I do? Like I don't know, friends and stuff, but like I didn't anything.
We do have Josie returning. Podcast. How's it going, guys?
Today was
good.
just worship and altar call.
I didn't work today, so that was
They did the lesson about the armor of God. It's definitely a lesson I've heard about a lot.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back. It's been a second.
So yeah, they had Ephesians 6:10 through 20.
We did this recently.
I was freaking out. Like,
Yeah, that's a pretty popular lesson. It's one of the, I would say it's a top 5 lesson that you'll hear about for sure. Third down conversion.
just as you go through 10 hours with the checkpoint, the boss was insane.
Yeah. This one's worse.
I'm like,
Oh, good.
Oh no.
You read a roll, and then it stops, so then you can do the next thing.
okay.
But yeah, it's gonna do that. And what is there, and then see what happens afterwards, and then you can stop.
Alright.
Good stuff, good minute.
That was a dangerous throw.
That's about Sean Hood, rest in peace, Tier. I remember first seeing her Heroes back in the day. My brother used to watch that show. Then later in life, I found out she was the voice of Hierarchy in the first 2 Kingdom Hearts games. I love Kingdom Hearts, but let me touch it over. It's not Timon. She's the main character, Sam. She's great in that game. And yeah, super sad. Really great. That picture thing from that game. Yeah, dude, that was such a scary.
Persona 3 has a Jesus persona.
Very scary. So
Wow.
Fully development game with Sam and the other character.
Touchdown!
That's the thing. 2013. Then she died on
I think tomorrow we're gonna finish the Black Flag main story
that. Just,
for our stream.
yeah, I mean, very spooky.
Damn it! I just missed the extra point.
Cool.
Yeah, but yeah, super sad. The other thing I want to mention is, you know,
Also,
little heads in here hate this.
I gotta record some video. I'll probably do that tomorrow morning, but I am gonna
Yeah.
cover. I'm gonna cover the what's that Lindsay Clancy? I'm gonna cover that story.
John, you like this?
I'm gonna cover the Modern Warfare 4 beta in another video this week.
You know, slide dash, charge shot. So,
Yep, that's her name.
Yeah, I'm gonna cover women are supporting her. There's a whole bunch of women supporting her and shit, and I'm really actually pissed off. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go off about it.
Times have changed.
We'll be getting eyeless again. Sometime like 50 weeks probably, because it's just Sonic, no rules. And then anything else is like a little side pick.
But yeah, I really did delete Black Ops 2.
Tetris blocks on the phone.
There's way too many, like, there's cheaters on there and tryhards, and it's bullshit.
So,
These people ruin the multiplayer. Intercepted! We're going the other way with it! Touchdown!
But great the Lakers, which I think we should be dropping next week, which I'm very excited about. The Spyro sidekick, so the Secret Action Spyro together again, which is great. Fortnite's a great opportunity. I remember you talking about this, John. It's like now the people will know about Mega Man. This is like Mega Man's biggest chance.
I did not get the 2.
Success.
Big spoilers, because I thought they're going to know about the image in their head, and then at some point they're going to see where what's this, and they're still not going to do it. Like, it's like a problem. And eventually they'll, like, create a figure.
That's kind of the hope. Is that even if they grow out of Fortnite, they'll have that still subliminally in their mind. Like, oh yeah, that's right. There was the period where the blaster was that. And John, like, would you rather than not know Mega Man at all, or be like, oh, Mega Man, the guy from Fortnite? Well, okay. Just run into them and I mean, they got to at least understand some of these characters. Unfortunately, that's the way to do it. And advertising to them is like the game. I don't think sense said that all the time. From Fortnite, I was just saying that.
This is Fortnite's being to pay for it.
This is the game. I have money back. Get that money. And then, who knows, maybe one day you'll see Samus Aran. Fortnite's just do it. Hey, we need the help, bro. Let's go salesman, bro.
Or something.
Yeah.
The sales field is not even going to shift, and people are still going to carry this forward and change things.
Oh shit!
If they did a switch to exclusive, which you only see Samus on, they just fucking like, yeah.
They could do it. I could if they remember that.
Yeah, before they would do it, I don't think.
Yes, yeah. And it's like, no, you can't do that. So, I mean, the amount of people that log into Fortnite is literally the entire Nintendo's player base. So, it's like, yeah, each one will switch to so like 30 billion players each one. It's like, yeah, it's Nintendo's base. Like, probably 70 great. So, Fortnite still has that kind of movement. Somehow. Don't know.
Let's just get it.
9-year-old game. Yep. I don't know. That's weird.
End of the first quarter, we're up 12-0.
Like Sam's, like Pixels. But then plus Wario is, I don't know, they were really good on that. I assume if they were going to make the deal, they got a franchise that needs it more than others, and I would have no problem if it was Metroid. Like, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I think it should be played with the movie. Like, Giant Super's great. Do the Surf Battle. You know, if it was Surf Battle, I was like, I mean, something's happening. Whatever. If it was some weird franchise, I'd be like, wait a minute, they wouldn't do that Max. Like, there's something happening.
They might throw like the Pikmin in there. You know how they have those sprites in Fortnite where you can pick them up and get different powers? They can do that with Pikmin.
That'd be funny. Maybe that would be franchise. Zelda was the pen really got me, but considering.
Yeah, and they have like a weird like love for Pikmin, and they just put it in everything. So
It's just me about he did you pen.
yeah.
It looks different. So he just went down to the room with a cigarette on the flip tube and everything.
The Epic Phoenix during that would be so funny.
Maybe you got the weird guy number 14 in there. That'd be cool.
This is a crazy almost to say.
It's gonna sound ridiculous, I know, I understand. But I've been kind of turned off by that franchise because anytime I see one of these characters,
Fumble! We got it! Big Bubba's picked it up!
Yeah.
Do you like it, Soul Calibur?
He's challenging to play.
I like Keely Dude with us. This man, he has a huge sword, and he has a cool design that's not like, you know, chair. But,
He did not win his challenge. It's our ball.
like the guy from Soul Calibur.
Let's go.
Yeah, how many players on it? Like, I think a single player. Yeah, I know everything I need to know about that franchise through Smash Brothers.
Oh no! No!
The characters are like the guy from Smash Brothers to me, like Fox.
I was big on
Like Chris. I can't remember his name.
Pits. You know what's Pits? Pits is God.
Oh, Pit, yeah, there you go. Nice stuff.
God!
There's like one good character in this game.
Fuck!
And then one that
I'm just saying it's Smash. Pit is goated in this story.
There's only 3 characters games.
I don't know. There's one that's good, one that's bad, and one that's so So there's good Fire Emblem games. Right, looking for a tactics game.
I don't know how that happened, dude.
But yeah, I'm sound like that.
And you should play Giant vs. 3 on the Sega side.
It's a great game. Now the Fire Emblem game that
Sucks.
That to me is the one on the 3DS. Yeah.
It's the best one.
Now you're losing it. Now you're losing it. Well, even this is not the one that's coming out. Yeah, that's next month or something. It's just this one that's on the back. It's got 600 games. I need this trance, so it's another trance. Let's go to well, the Fortnite talk took over. Which game was it?
Still broken. People still float, people still T-pose, they spawn in other places, and you can't complete quests. It's only been a few years since release, so they've been good together.
Yeah. I played, I think I'm like 16 or 17 hours into Mortal Shell 2. The game is very good. I'm quite happy with this game. It's a Souls. It's a Souls like game, but it's incredible. There's no stamina bar, so you can dodge and move around much faster. It is closer to an action game than that, so it's like that weird blending of it's kind of like Lies of P was a Souls game, but not 100%. It's more so if the Ninja Guy instead, but not as fast as that. So it's kind of its own thing, which is cool. But it is a really interesting concept that you go around, you find what they call shells, really the bodies of armor, and then give you different abilities. You have to find them in the world. And when you do find one, you can like inhabit the shell, and it'll change up your style completely. So I have like a deep shell right now, and I came up with like a prototype shell. And I moved over to one that has like almost it's like an Assassin's Creed dagger, it shoots out, grabs somebody, like throws lightning all through them, and then you drop kick them. And they have like passive abilities as well, but it's very much kind of the drop you into the world and show you some basic stuff on the map to go do, and then you kind of go and do it. It's sort of like the upgrade approach, and then you piece together the story if you want. But it is quite enjoyable exploring the world, finding bosses, and just leveling up your character. So I'm having a good time. I think it's like a $50 game too, and so it's not even like a $60 or $70 game in that sense. But I am having a blast with that game. Yeah, it is kind of. It is a difficult game that they know you don't have a stamina bar, so some of the enemies will just, they'll attack, so they either dodge or parry or block. So they have one thing where you change out your body, basically be a shield, but you can change it into, do I also want it to be more parry versus blocking, or do I not block even at all, and it just gives me like a speed boost or others, so I like the,
Damn it.
Like the take on this. Yeah, some of the enemies are quite spongy. I've noticed that too. So you're getting more powerful, but sometimes it doesn't feel like you're getting that much more powerful. And it's more, to me, it's more about customization of your characters and finding little trinkets and I think they're called Starstones, and leveling up those. But I'm getting a kick out of it. It's it's a nice surprise. I did not play the first one. You don't have to play the first one. And apparently the first one's not very good compared to this. So, recommendations. This show too. This is from the who says King Gizzard and
Take the points.
Lizard. Okay. Alright, good. Who says Sony is sending emails about leasing versus owning. I saw that. They did send emails. They wanted to make sure you know about your terms of service, because what happened, I believe, in Europe is that they had to explain things in much simpler terms. It does not read well in simple terms. Like it's not great when you read it back. Some of the stuff was kind of crazy. And I think I had one of them up because I was like, let me see what this says. And it was basically like, you don't own your game. That was just the line. I checked it was fine. Yeah. No, but no, right? People mess with me. It's like, hey, it's EU. I would say it's another. And they had to change up the terminology. People were like, hey, that's the thing. And so I looked into it, and I found a bunch of lines that were like, that does not sound very detailed. And and one kind of people were like, maybe it's a good idea to have this games. So they basically say it's a digital license if you don't look good, you're getting it from them. Wait till you get to the section about what happens if your account gets banned. My favorite one is when you get down and it talks about what happens if your account gets banned. And it specifically says games from the PlayStation Store don't work, but this just still works. So that's cool. Not a quick one.
Here we go. He might go to the end zone. It might be a quick throw underneath, so we'll do the 3-man deep, but not prevent. It's 3-man deep, but still get 3 deep safeties. Everybody else man underneath. All right, now he's gonna have to go to the end zone.
Like me and Radic mostly play the PS5.
He called what the fuck? He helicoptered completely.
Right? Let's just say PS5 is still slight, but then, obviously playing on PS5 it's just that well. I'm playing right now.
Well, I know Astrobot 2, I'll be back. But other than this,
That's my line in the same.
yeah, we're cool.
Did you pull over on the phone with it too?
Maybe they should have tried to back.
They should have drawn Legend Group.
You know, yeah, so you and all the other Tweet fans of that franchise. Absolutely. They drove that. I that's was stupid. All originals, right? It's just nice. It's like the next day. Legend Group's coming out.
I like the key card.
The game wasn't so good. It's really unfortunate, but shit, it was a banger. So I will be here. I mean, you guys picked the across the thing and like, do anything except for
That actually changed the sense of the see.
Sean knows it's me. MDS Switch 2, and then you'll physically copy of that on the PS5, whatever that size is. And the size I checked, it was like, oh, it says it'll be there release day, and then it shows up 2 weeks later. That's how that fast.
Like commissioners.
Yeah. So, NFG is for this week. So, I'm playing that for the first time this week on my PS4. Oh, I don't know. I didn't watch the whole animation of him smoking a cigarette in your face while I did. Yeah, it was awesome.
Come on, defense.
This friend tips. Make sure your discs are clean and don't have like the very heated room. It's not really good human being considered.
Ooh, boy, that could have been easily a fumble if that was backwards. That was forward. Glad he didn't catch it, though.
And it was, it makes fun of changing the disc out. So really game, there's part of the game which I'll say pretty good too, and it's kind of the typical, oh, yeah, it's like change out the disc. Like, wait, it's like, okay, but I'm actually looking at you have to show the PS30, and that'd be on Blu-ray. I mean, I wish it's like, see how John, I don't even tell you what's gonna say. Right. This is just,
What's on the Switch 2 cartridge?
Oh!
Cool. Wow. Yep, that's her name. Unaware.
Eli, spam in the chat. Just kidding.
this one says key card. Yeah, you can see what's on that.
Oh no, he broke the tackle! Touchdown Hawaii!
Yeah, this. I remember this. So you just say the idea is get PS4 on this. That's the idea. Look for like World, I mean, not World Bumps. You look for such a small game anyway, right?
PlayStation 5.
Yeah, see what just need I can't, and it looks like it's just straight, like, part of the game, and it's
Alright, we stopped the 2-point play. Come here, Doodles. That's a backwards pass, motherfucker. That should have been a fumble. Come here, Doodles. Doodies.
But they also fixed. HD show. It's so much better because I love
see, like, yes, fine, well, there's something that sources and let's see. I got a damn Live for Metal Gear 4. Yeah, I think great news, bro.
We're in trouble.
I don't know why they didn't do that. I mean, you play for MGS. No, Metal Gear Online or something. They're really cool. I think the MGS4 database.
Oh. Hold on.
Hey, man. Here you go, bud. Oh, is he doing something out here?
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, let me go get him his, what does he want? 20? Okay. Hold on.
Yes, yeah, I think you're DC Focus is how we get games on the ships where it's like Slippery Singers, second Miller Playing Championship. That's like a race cheap for the ship. They never know what is going on.
Hey, boy.
That's crazy. DC Focus, Age of OJ, or Knife, like launch from ship. Must be a game. Let's go for the dozen. Now, answer. Can you get the ship? See it.
Oh! No! Are you fucking kidding me? He shaked it. It was in my hands and he got the ball back.
It's free. To be sure to use things. Thank you everyone for last year. Use
Week here.
And now he's got the lead.
Like a week later, FedEx was like, "You owe us $10." I'm like, a week after, it was still delivered. So I'm like, what if they don't pay you? We get it to me.
Yeah, let this in here. See you, good night, touchdown, TCU. We got a Buck Wild game already.
I managed to get 3 matches in for that hour. 2, I didn't dock when I played hand elbow just to see how it went there. And the first 2 matches, I played one real match because the first 2 matches, I was more like confused through most of it. Just trying to do what I could to get like the virtue with me. There was a lot of tutorial like spamming there at the beginning. It's like, here's all the different things you can do to get virtue.
Buck Wild.
And here's all the things that pop up in the world and then go explore. So it still kind of has that element of go find stuff and see what happens. Not necessarily the level of how big the open ring is, because it is still a race against other players, a race against the clock. But you are discovering a lot of it. It's, the art style is really, really good. That's like top tier from the school. In this one, OJ, you were playing at them, which you think of this one. Yeah, this is not like shoes. Like I buy like those software games, and I test them out and play them for like 20 hours or else I should drop it down. And that's just kind of how it's the games. It's the original games. It's the game like Dark Souls. This one has the strength of action. I don't have the, spend a bunch of hours and they don't read or whatever, they kind of see everything, you just kind of play, and if you're an ass, which definitely trash. Like, it becomes the, like, playing the game, like, the trash, and, like, you're just learning to get better. But I like the structure. Structures. Yeah, there's a wolf, there's like a big dude that, like, shoots, like, fire. There is I don't know, a dude, like a 1920s dude that has a poison knife. There's a chick that kicks you, and she has a revolver, and she just, like, shoots. There's, like, different ones, and there are varying levels of strength. I like Beatrice. She's, like, the revolver lady, and I like the fire dude. Those seem pretty strong.
I played as, like, the standard guy that you started with, who has, like, the gun, like, almost the auto rifle that you can shoot, kind of, and, like, your standard sword. He has, like, silver hair.
Yeah, I do that.
Change over to a gold guy, like a sword, or just, things like that, and he kind of just coach people as he goes, and he brings up a blood spike out of the corner. It seems kind of cool. It's definitely a bit different. It's still a sword. Someone who uses a sword and trying to have a sword, so
I guess more of the beginner or standard people. One person has a sniper, which is kind of cool.
That sniper's crazy. That thing's crazy. It's strong, and then you use it far away. So you use Albert, the guy that used it. Also used the name is Tree. She's like the chick with the jumpers in her lava pack. And she's pretty cool because she can disappear. When there's ritual scenes, be working on fighting, and then she just really get the ritual scene. Anybody you can see. Put names without anybody you can see, like there's like star writings that sometimes just fall, and that gives you works with gives you a lot of those. She's really like that, or maybe like there's like the Bell ring, like whatever, building the Bell and ritual to that. There's all these different modifiers in phase 2, phase 3, or the ending phase that are fun. And we talk about things, but it's kind of like a mix of just so many different things. Like, and I know comparisons like what's kind of like each of the boards all these Spanish brothers and introduces how many really Spanish brothers I get very hard. Like co-op stuff is really like you can make packs with people, you can start in with co-op, and you can go transfer to boss battles, like you guys can all get virtue there. You can fight really tough enemies on the map to get more virtue, like the trespassers or like the superior trespassers. There's just like a ton of stuff that they just kind of like packed in, and it's just a variety of like different types of games kind of just all bashed into there, and somehow it works. The mobility of the game is crazy. Like From Software games usually, with the regular like Soul style games, like you have mobility, but it's not like this. I mean, you got quadruple jumping plus air dashes all over the place, and it's just when you get to the final battle, it's just kind of like crazy. Like I wasn't able to win one, but I got second a couple times. I got really close. I got sword though. Somebody hit me with the freaking flying headbutt.
Oh yeah.
I got sword. Sword, and I lost, but I almost. But I got gotten close, so I think I'll get a couple dubs the next play session.
Yeah, there's no fall damage either, so you just jump off what is basically a skyscraper, land, and you're fine. So they at least thought about people being able to run through the map, I think, pretty quickly.
Wow.
Because it is a race against the clock.
Because it is a race against the clock constantly. I don't see what the timing was for each one, but each match is supposed to last anywhere from like 25 to 30 minutes, so I'd probably say it's like 8 minutes or something like that.
Yeah. And they count down, they'll tell you when you're at like the 1 minute mark. and you try to get these virtue points, and then at the end of each round, they pick out one or two people who is the lowest, and they just cut them out, basically. They
dropped it.
Eat by the cold or cold out.
Obedient red. So red for spiritual capable, so you gotta get some more points for that. You know, you guys will like people. Like bonuses are lovely things for not people.
I think there's still a lot to this game. It's funny because there's a lot happening in this game right now with all the mechanics. I still think there's a lot missing from this game because you do it for a multiplayer game like this and how long they say they've been developing it. You have that like a lot when it comes to customizing your characters, your builds. Like that's crucial for these FromSoft games. It's kind of like building.
Oh, come on, dude!
Set weapons abilities, and I know that we have predetermined abilities for these certain characters, but there is like you are kind of this mansion at the beginning, and they I think point off from going anywhere. So I do feel like it is like a game that we don't know about when it comes to customization and burning and progression. So there's a lot I think they have to explain there.
Yeah, there's definitely like story too. Like there's
like fluencies.
Yeah, but there's gonna that I think they could actually adds like it's just like block missions and stuff like that. And boss that crushes. I think this game they can add stuff and I don't think that it is right now. It's going to be like years we're bringing back some extra stuff to the game and other things. So okay, I keep this that way. And they
We're fucked.
It feels like a Halloween.
Yeah, it's vampires and stuff.
Here you go, bud. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Dude. Come here, Doodles. They're all done. Doodles, come here.
Here. Says GT 6
Hello.
Testers built to me in a bit. It's locked out of server.
Hello.
Cyberpunk, yes. This was the weird beat for Rockstar Take 2. This week I'm out to have their
I went to Olive Garden today.
Olive Garden's good.
But it has been
I ate at Olive Garden today.
this person called Cyberpunk. It's L-E-E-K. And they've just been dropping like non-stop video clips. We have Jason Schreier and Rockstar Take 2 to the Microsoft and Discord trying to find this person, but they are unable. They've been unable to do so. They don't know who this person is. They said it's out the week, so Thursday or Friday, and then trying to find his identity as a citizen. Like I was putting together a video earlier today, and as that was happening, another video, another clip.
I'm blue.
So what's this one? Like,
In blue, da-da-dee.
so what's happening is this.
I'm blue. Abba-dee da ba da da ba dee da ba da da ba dee da ba da.
Because the first thing they have to give this, turns out they actually have the game because it's spelled out shooting show that none of actually happens. It's been set up on their website, and depending on what tier you
Inside.
get, their market cap for their crypto
Just
way
Dance.
to they'll drop another link. So at the end of the
Just dance, it'll be okay.
basically they need to continue from here. And I'm not even kidding if you look at the chart from the point. It's like
Backstreet
it's a
Boys.
great bar that comes in of people just buying this thing,
Linkin
trying to
Park.
get the basically the strip club being shown in the next video clip. And I guess they got there because that's much what it's in the new basically breaks up. That's ridiculous.
In the end.
But for people who are concerned,
In the end, it doesn't even matter.
GTAs. They worry about that. It looks like they're something special.
Party in the USA.
Touchdown.
They get my feet. I have VPN. Have that pledge. The last one is like, gotta go take a leak. It's like this guy's like taking the piss.
Touchdown.
Stuff like that. So I was never like no Lucia in the gameplay at all. So I noticed that. Yeah. Is he like very early game, just messing around in the open world? I don't know. Maybe he's just choosing not the most casino. That's what people are wondering if he
Damn it.
the build that has Lucia playable. Like, this is just a part that, I think people are just trying to figure out how this person got access to it. The theory that I think most people are doing with is a successful phishing attempt, and they were able to get files or build. And there's also been like,
That's the game.
Damn it.
I feel like that
Damn
may
it.
be something there's so much stuff going around with AI and just throwing like his video clips that they created with AI, but also just throwing things out there to try to get the community running with it. And I think part of that is,
That's the
hey,
game.
there's a build that's out there, and the one that you're about to find has like malware in it or something.
Do you think that it was potentially somewhat of an inside thing because of the conditions at Rockstar? Comes to like the workers, maybe somebody that just retold.
Player of the game.
Problems, right? So Austin is this flag count.
Crazy game. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta let my dog out.
Disgruntled ex-employee that's in screw.
Could have been a Rockstar India employee. Yeah, was that the theory? Yeah, that's one of the theories. If only someone knew a bunch of people at Rockstar India and constantly reminded people that they know a bunch of people at Rockstar
Crazy
India.
game.
Things that make you go,
The true tinfoil hat is that this crypto is actually related to Rockstar, and they're just leaking it themselves so they can just get this massive crypto.
I will. You know what's really funny about the footage that gets out there? So it's all washed out because I guess whoever was recording it had HDR on in their capture card or whatever they're recording with isn't recording it correctly. That's the effect you're seeing, why it looks so bland in terms of the colors. But either way, as this is going on, I'm watching these clips and they're getting, I think, progressively better as they show it, and I'm like, man, this game actually looks pretty good. Like, just some of the stuff they're showing. So when he breaks into the convenience store, it has kind of those little, like, Rockstar attention to detail things where he busts the till open and each individual dollar looks like it's rendered, and he's, like, removing it all one by one, and then he goes up to the person on the sidewalk, punches them, like, straight up in the face, and their hat falls off, and then he picks up the hat and puts it on. Like, there's all these little things that you would expect Rockstar to be able to do, and then, like, they're doing it after Red Dead Redemption 2. It's like, yeah, they still have that level of detail that they're focusing on here. So, I don't know. I'm seeing, we're up to, what, like, 8? Is it 8 now? 9? I think it's 8, yeah. And they started out like, okay, and then it's just gotten more and more impressive, actually. So, in a way, they're obviously annoyed because people are seeing gameplay when they're supposed to be showing on Netflix for the first time. But it's also decent marketing in that people are going, oh, this looks pretty good. Okay, I can deal with this. So I don't know what's going to come of this,
Removed all
because
of his
you feel like the
live
end game
streams.
is that they do leak the build, but the end game could also be like Take-Two disappears the person, so
Right.
Code
that's
from Mario removed all
I
of
mean,
his live
Netflix special
streams.
is on the 27th, and I don't think the person would stop leaking stuff, because the fear now or the concern is that they'll just start leaking story stuff, and that's it.
It's really just
Alright,
been
guys.
gameplay and those little snippets of cutscenes that really don't really tell us anything.
What's up?
Right. So we're good on that front so far.
What's
The most
good?
not the most interesting. One of the more interesting aspects of the leak to me is just seeing like what music they chose for the radio
I
stations.
just got back.
And they chose a French Montana song that was gone now. Not French Montana, but they chose the best French Montana song, the one with Sway Lee, Unforgettable. So it's like, okay, that's a banger. So this was the song that was the song from 2025 that everyone reminded me of. It was like, race on sports car, race sports car. Yeah, so people were like, oh yeah, it's from last year. It's that song. So right. It's,
We're 0-4 this season.
they're not done working on the game yet. So, Jason Schreier mentioned that.
Up next,
They're gonna work
Temple.
on this thing, I think, Rip, until
8 points.
I mean, we'll see. It's a digital play game, so they can do the. They don't have this turn into master build for a disc.
We're getting closer to Eli's team,
But
Texas.
It's a crazy thing to see for
This
with this
season.
massive release, and it's just getting
Getting closer.
constant leaks every day. It's like every probably every 12 hours. It feels like. Yeah, it's like big cadence for sure. But the funniest clip was the one where he just like goes on the killing
Texas.
spree against homeless people. It's like,
Temple
okay,
first.
and-
Then it looks like Tennessee after
Some
this.
people seem
Getting
like
closer.
confused. They could look at it and go, "Oh, it looks like a Grand Theft Auto game." It's like, I mean, no shit. It's Grand Theft Auto 6, the sixth one, and I don't know why it's so.
Temple
so confusing to
first.
people. There's also something where like
Tennessee.
you might need to refuel your cars in this game. This was people were unsure about this. The idea that if you get that car, you have to
Grand
look at the
Theft
fuel
Auto
gauge
6.
because not every car is obviously going to be full. And you might get like quarter tank and you're running from the cops. I
Play
actually don't mind
YMCA,
that because
please.
of that scenario.
YMCA.
Oh, I like that micro.
Great, I'm going to get somebody that won 2 national titles.
It's a scary question.
I want to Olive Garden with my dad today.
Yeah, Olive Garden's good.
I went to Olive Garden, I
In
mean.
the like role playing GTA multiplayer stuff.
Play Uptown Funk, please.
Uptown, funk you up. Uptown, funk you up.
Some of that stuff might be in it too. Like what if
Olive Garden's good.
No, I mean they get pretty intricate with some of this stuff. Like people were talking about like horse testicle shrinking and everything. So what's the difference between that and hey, I gotta change this tire? It's
I stepped away, and then I put on my headphones, and John talking about horses. What happens?
It's pretty much like the weather. It's not real quick. So you can definitely have mileage on the car. You can pretty much match. You gotta really look, John. Really look.
Yeah, that was like the first thing that you turn on the game. You're just like,
I'm gonna test something real quick. Honestly, you gotta make sure.
Toad from Mario removed all his live streams.
Toad from Mario removed all his live streams? Wow.
Emo Base removed all of his live streams.
I'm a bass? Who the fuck is I'm a bass?
interesting times for me.
Wow.
It's like inflation, that'd be insane.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Like they would actually change over time. Storyline would actually affect
Who the fuck is Emo Base?
like later on, like prices per gallon or something. I'm trying to
A YouTuber.
Man, that seems like the kind of
Always going for it.
that's the kind of my device. You said like
Costume House. Brandon.
Also, if you're in a
Dagman.
firefight and you happen to get out of the car, then the full tank of gas, and this place blasts inside of it, it doesn't have an explosion. Then a car that has that complex and pretty good thoughts by working in a specific and start thinking of the so gas tank just drain as you're like that. I can't let it get brings that's
Ben 71,287.
yeah. But I think we'll get it. But that also just makes me think of all the other things they might add to
Connor
it. For
Band Me.
version, quote unquote. But
Yeah, you told me that.
it makes sense that you do sort of wonder why they even need to do that, in the first place. Did you see that one part, one of the clips, I can't remember which one, he tries to steal the car from someone, but the guy actually points back. It's like a QTE where you have to bash circle or X. Something like that. So,
Yeah, you told me that.
just to get that, I think it's just to get that out of the car fast. Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah. So, they watch these shows, you see things like that. Like a great idea. Yeah, isn't it?
Ugh.
That's something. Let's watch that one. Shit. Man, it'd be good. That picture, that was got some influence from Sean. And this true. That's like if there's 2 feet from the. That's something I John, I'm lucky. When I would go to the strip club, I was lucky if I could sit upright.
Hello, I'm Sam.
Drunk off my ass. But, it's dude, the Videotech Rockstar Games content creator, he just tweeted, new Take-Two lawyers have issued a subpoena in the New York District Court to X to identify the CyberLeak Twitter account. Well, but yeah, but aren't
He like Peter.
accounts on Ganspace aren't they all fake ones? I don't understand. Well, this one's
He is in Peter.
P is in Peter.
Easy minded.
I feel like they probably go in. They take two of this pretty serious. Like, hey, it depends what country they're in. It's like, he's in really You're wait. It's different. They, it's the same, they ain't a place I'm just saying, you're here first, Rob Senior Sports Bar, right? Sure, yeah, I mean, maybe doing a GTA for you like get a fact. This is from TJ. It says, finish Sky first and play the Sky second demo. That way you can play Force Wave on 17th and Snow will be disappointed. I am right at the end of the first show. Sky turned on the Sky first show. Right at the end of the game, and then I started the second one. So I'm in the back end of the finale of the chapter. So I will be done with it.
Hi, I'm Sam.
Hi, Sam.
50-hour game, I think that's right now for me. 50-hour game. So, yeah, that's not 100%.
Jake.
I think 100% is closer to playing 100. But I'm going to get done the game up for the second chapter. Jay makes us, we used to talk about how Fire Phantom Blade Zero looks.
Hi, Sam.
It does, it looks very good. I'm going to pick that up immediately. Says he's one of folks. We have been working on a new stealth cyberpunk Batman game called The Desert. I would love you guys to check it out. Also, tries gave them on a Billings interest that Tool from the Desert. There's like a niche title page, and then on it there's like a 60-second sort of right? I'm just gonna go up and
Uma Bass is a YouTuber.
jumped up.
I'm a bass.
Down there. This is from Nostalgic account says, why do people need paid? I generate content so easily. Because I'm still experimenting. See that? That's the next thing today. Person.
some DSPs were no, they literally, they were at the
Touchdown.
exact same spot that they were at the start.
Damn it.
And the start was what the fuck is
I think they're also taking at times want to believe what they're seeing with AI content as well. Like there's something that reinforces something that they want to be true. So
Think of the dumbest person that you know, and I promise you there's someone dumber than them. So definitely all three are better. So yeah, and code and do all cool things.
Jennifer Tucker, ESP update, RGT, and NVIDIA's big sword relic.
There was some very funny shit. It was such. He just got like this. It was so bad.
And like he's like doing the split race, and like they flipped him. Like his previous stream from years ago, he got stuck in the same part of the split race, and like you get the sword and you like jump off of it somehow. It's like, dude, he said, this guy's been relevant for like my whole life. After that game when I was 14. Saying, and his boy says, or did he be hunting ribbons and shiny monster Pokemon games before bank closes? Instead, he's watching DSP stream twice a day doing anything else. Teacher says, by the way, Mundang I like, but he has no idea commercial. By the way, think about the trials and experiences. See characters from the early games grow up on Splendid, but there's characters from the Sky games that grow up in the Disney version. He said, oh, Sean, Sean, got you. How did you fucking I did this. Yeah, so it's just by now. I don't feel like it. So it's kind of music or like, I don't get anything unless they spend the free money. Games, just do so much. They got you. Okay, shoes on there. Look it up, they're good fucking maple syrup bottles. Oh, it's just like StockX, but for like, it's like eBay. It's eBay, it's like real
It's gambling structure.
Xbox 360, and I still have now that I use it. I got auction because a lot of times game store owners will do streams. We'll do streams and they'll just be like, hey, you know what? Let me know what you want to see. And they'll walk around the store and then they'll be like, I'll do this for 30. Oh, what about 25? All right, shit like that. So you can save them. As you mentioned. Yeah, it's like Facebook Marketplace. Yeah, it's time to show up. It's shut up. Most of them screaming needs it. It's streaming. They buy clothes on there. All sorts of shit. Okay. B says, hey guys, Gals, what is everyone's least favorite game that they competed or is completed? That's interesting. Specifically because of completed. And the game. Yeah, so I played it all the way through. John said play this all the way through when he's got the PS4. And it was great. Wow. And it's 64. Oh, dang.
Really? Are they his favorite? I mean, the one that I'm thinking.
Spinach. You guys do finish it.
I liked it enough to beat it. I just never played it.
Yeah, essentially it's like, like the game that because I'm like, yeah, that'll look like. See the credits insane, because the story was fucking shit. That game.
That's a good question. What's the worst game I ever actually completed? I really have to consider that. Not quit, but rolled credits on.
Until then, and I like originally played it like as an adult, so I went back to be like, what's it actually called? Like simply that. Yeah, stop logging myself. Game around is just chopping most of the times. You don't know where you're going, and it's just the 64. No, you need to play Quest 64 to see how you try to get through it. That's my issue.
Damn it.
So like it's like when I'm killing it, and the camera for some reason.
Oh, I gotta really think it over. I mean, let's keep it to Nintendo. So that'll be easier for me to remember.
So you get punished if you go the wrong way. It's awful. Anyways,
Yeah. So, at least
that game, I love it, but I love to hate it.
We'll start. Ow. Start with the Switch 2. What's the worst Switch 2 game I actually beat?
Suicide Squad. I can't think of it. Suicide Squad. Adam said blasphemy, right? Oh, no. Which one? Straight up. Oh, this one.
Hyrule Warriors is good. Donkey Kong was good.
He says that's the iPod TF return better song. You think this? But apparently they removed like some FCC logo on the back of it. That's interesting. Nobody says what John was saying after GTA leaks, asking for the GT 85.
Star Fox is good. Mario Kart's good.
Chad says DSP trashing Mario Sunshine substitute the gameplay for GT.
Oh, and nothing from the Switch 2 that I thought was horrible. That I beat.
It's the worst 3D, or there used to be the worst 3D with Gravity. One of the games that came out with the 64. Set the standard. There used to be a game that is considered to be the least desirable in the franchise. It just happened to say this setting the standard. It's again, what was capable at the time. It was the first game. Of course, it's gonna be rough around the edges. I mean, that's like fucking playing Metal Gear Solid 1 on the PlayStation 1 right now. 95% of people who've never played that game would be like, what the fuck is this shit? Metal Gear Solid 2 is better, looks better, blah, blah, blah. But people know that, technically speaking, probably Metal Gear Solid 1 is the better game because it has the better story. Like in the GS1 remake, and it sets the stage.
Question: have any of you guys played Hotel Mafia for the Philips?
Halftime. I don't. Okay, that's a question. I'm still struggling with that question. Best game or worst game I've beaten?
Yes.
Because I can't do this question because they're just. I bounce off of a game that I think is bad before I beat it. Normally.
This is G-Man says Switch 2 exclusive equals bad, PS5 exclusive equals good.
Go by franchise, I guess.
Exclusive equals bad, Switch 2 exclusive equals good. Yeah, wait.
I mean, for Mario, it's Super Mario Land 1.
This has always been going.
PlayStation people were annoyed because I think now the Final Fantasy 16 is
For Zelda.
it's a third-party game that comes up.
No,
That's
I
different.
think
That's
for
the
Zelda, I would
thing,
say
too.
that.
It might have been. The sound comes up. I mean, it's on PC. That's on PlayStation. On console.
No, Metroid, no.
I can't remember which game you're talking about. Honestly, probably just because somebody had to deal with them. That's probably it. I mean, Midway Zero says it's on PlayStation for 12 months.
It's got to be like, it's got to be one of these fucking Kirby games, right? One of these fucking Kirby games I beat did them. So yeah.
It's extremely difficult. So that's the last one. Dude, I found out those player cards. You don't have the kid. No, that's interesting. Just like Nintendo. I can do on there. Yeah, it's not the shipping. Future Players, what happened to the episode Click R3? There was a scheduling issue, and we will have it Monday night. So not tomorrow night, the next night, Monday night. We'll be live. Let's Steven Queen says when PS6 comes out, his Dreamcast guy going to sell his PS5 Pros to his girlfriend for his launch price or this year. Hope so.
History says yes.
Equals $7. So sirs. And then Kat says, Game Talk dead, no new streams over 3 months.
Yeah. Okay, it's not dead. There's just been scheduling issues and then technical issues. My computer, like last Steven's podcast, was not working. I've changed your settings and now it is working, so I don't know what's going on.
Damn it.
Big announcement about it. Appreciates everyone's patience. It's just, it's been a real struggle. And like, yeah.
No, you don't stream for not 3 months and then act like, oh, we're just having some technical issues and scheduling problems. No, you abandon the Game and Talk channel.
Astrolog says crazy we got GTA 6 before GTA 6. That's funny. Issue 26. RGT Sync Ring. I fell to us. My bell. Let's talk about Sony, because we got more news, more of an update on the live service push. Jason Trump report to Bloomberg that Horizon Hunters Gathering is going through it. Sounds like they're, I'm not rebooting it, reevaluating it. That'd be the right term. Reevaluating it. And now it seems like they have until December to impress Sony or PlayStation executives with a new idea for it, which is mostly remove live service elements, shrink it down somewhat in terms of the scope, and then I guess try to salvage what's there. But this has been a string of miss after miss after
Come on.
by PlayStation Studios. Herman Holst is on the hot seat again, and my gosh, it seems like every couple of months, it's like, man, Herman Holst is still there. And here we are now, which Braddock made yes, yeah, Braddock made a video actually going over all of these things. He also put out a tweet that, I mean, really something up well with the graphics showing all of these games that were canceled, released, and then pulled back. Or even just struggling with Marathon is, man, that's tough. Like, Marathon, it's really bad when Marathon is struggling as much as it is. The game that moved away from Destiny 2 is, and I'm not even kidding, 8 times the player base they do at time. And that's just on Steam. Apparently, Marathon's player base is like 90% Steam. Destiny 2, I would say, that's had a pretty healthy console base as well. So I would, whatever you see on Steam for Destiny 2, I'd probably double that. They bought Bungie for $3.6 billion.
Don't forget, Bungie said AA and factions too. Instead, revitalizing the team that nobody particularly represent. The game has nothing to do with the original game. Very good deal. 24 gig right now, 3.6. Destiny 2, 27.8. What do you think, Brad? How do you feel right now?
I mean, like, when I saw it, I feel like
I gotta go for this shit.
These kinds of headlines, it's like, alright, X PlayStation Live Service game in trouble at live developer PlayStation Studios. When I was making that video, I was going through the list. We had Destruction All-Stars that came out.
Oh, yes!
That's going to shut down in a few months. The only success stories they had were from established franchises. So Gran Turismo 7, MLB The Show, Helldivers 2. That's pretty much it in terms of their live service success. And the rest of it has just been cancellations or question marks. We're still waiting on Fair Games or Break-In, if that's the new name, from Haven Studios. A studio they purchased 2 years ago now, or 3 years ago now. And jury's still out on that game to see if it's going to come out or not. I don't know. That's the thing, Sean. When I read this Horizon headline, I don't think this game's coming out. Horizon Hunters 2. I think they will cancel it. Because one thing in that Jason Schreier report, and I think this was already kind of known, is most of Guerrilla was working on that game. And they only had like a very small team working on Horizon 3. So I feel like it would be way better to just cancel that game and put all your resources into Horizon 3 and get that out as soon as possible. Because at this point, that game's probably not going to release in 2020 for me.
And you're lucky, right? The real question should be, why the fuck were they working on that when you saw? So the Horizon is a very strong IP in terms of sales. You saw the original game, you saw it with the sequel. That should have been the big do well. That should have been the huge wake-up call. That was your flagship VR title, which, I get it because I was one of the jackasses who wanted PSVR 2. It's not fucking work. To be fair, Gran Turismo 7 is fun. But yeah, when Lego Horizon Adventure, that should have been like a huge warning sign of like, maybe the IP. Maybe it's the style of game. Maybe it's the visual presentation of the game that people are into. Because when I played the second Horizon game, I couldn't stand the story. There was so much talking and stuff.
Everything was significantly worse than the significant. I don't think pro with that. I want to see cool environments. I want to see cool, stuff. And that's the appeal of it. When you dumb it down to generic Fortnite graphics style, bullshit-looking game, and it's like, to me, I almost feel like there's like a culture within the video game industry that we're seeing right now, where it's just like nobody has like any sort of stones to be like, maybe this isn't the best idea. Maybe we should look at something else. This, that, the other. It's just go along with it, and then when it fails, like, we're also shocking. It's like, is it shocking? Like, your PlayStation here, you have so many MVPs, and yet you just seem hell-bent on doing things.
What a tackle.
And trying things that nobody's interested in from you, and nobody asks more from you. Like, it would be like if I started on the main channel, just started like reviewing themes or something. It was like, oh, this is what you want, isn't it? No, this is what you wanted. This is what you want. This is the thing. Like, you gotta give the people what they want. That's the frustrating thing, Sean, about this live service initiative, is that early on, there was always the idea it's like the investment for multiplayer games is an additional investment, right? So it's separate from the single player investment. So, like, in my head,
shit.
It's too much, and then years later, they clearly did, because Naughty Dog was impacted. Our whole studio was working on actions. They got canceled. Look what. And it was working on the live service game that got canceled. Bluepoint was working on the live service God of War game for some reason. Like the fact that he even got greenlit at home is insane. And I got that shut down. And yeah, it's exactly these things close. Like people, I think a lot of people don't realize these things cost money. They're losing billions of dollars, not billions. They're losing billions of dollars because you can see a huge chunk of that money. Even if all the other projects were canceled early, time wasn't wasted on something. Concord, so they lose on Concord. Potentially upwards of $400 million is what the rumor was. $1 billion, which is one of those games. And that game probably was not in development nearly as long as some of these other projects were. And you're utilizing your biggest and best studios. So not only are you losing money by canceling the game this time, you're also not gaining money from these studios because they didn't release anything because they were working on this live service game. Like, Pitbull still has a job. Like, he's a different type, but Phil Spencer vibes 100% with this. Just he's running a business. Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of people think they could be doing a hell of a lot better though. What's interesting about the situation with Urban Wolves, you mentioned these things cost money. So I think the real cost is it's time. But anyway, the thing is so interesting with the Swiss financials. If they nothing, they probably would have made more money because they wouldn't have lost as much. Because like if you look at they didn't run like first party game sales last quarter.
Hello.
Content was significantly than physical and digital sales combined. I mean, per transaction, that is $1.8 billion of that versus, I think, 1.3 billion. And the thing of it is that we're in this era where they're like, wait a minute, we're missing out because what if they were buying all this shit with the microtransactions on a game that we didn't sort of when they see that, and it's just like, dude, just use it as a portion and keep doing what you're doing instead of wasting money. But
we're hanging on by a thread.
They don't talk about games like this. There's a lot of symbiosis fallacy. Like if you're into like shooters, right? The PlayStation pushed itself as like the current Call of Duty console. You put X all those fun skins and everything, and then Concord, you can just let something else utilize your phone at the safety point.
He dove before he hit that first down marker. Close, Sam. We gotta get the stop here. We're done.
Splits between
That's going to be it. He wants to run it out. Yep.
If it is Urban Wolves, as I think most people would expect it to be, because he's like the head of PlayStation Studios. That's just not. It's not worth the game because
0-2 today.
It's worth the game because you haven't had anything because other companies have had success.
Those are the anomalies. More often than not, these games fall flat.
They fail. The studio gets shut down. People get laid off. You lose all this money. You lose all this. So I don't necessarily think that it is worth the gamble, especially when you have the graveyard of games already. And like the reason those other games are so successful is because they have stood the test of time. A lot of these games. Like, go back to Fortnite. Fortnite today is completely different than Fortnite when it first came out, but it constantly evolved and it found a marketplace and it expanded upon that marketplace. But what is your game going to do that's going to make someone go, oh, well, I don't need Fortnite anymore. I want to play Concord. Like, Marvel Rivals was a success. Marvel Rivals was a success because you look at the characters, you're like, well, I like Marvel characters. Like, they made fucking
fucking WWE arena shooter. Hulk Hogan was one of the characters. Funded by Sean. Play that shit.
Let's go. Come on.
Nobody gives a fuck about these characters. Nobody knows who the fuck they are.
Tennessee, you're up. Texas is after Tennessee.
Hi, I'm Sam.
It's in 2026. It's not good enough. Like 2XKO. Like it's a good fighting game. It didn't make the money. It's shutting down in the less than a year, which is I'm not shutting down. It's season support. It's just a year. Yeah, right.
I got it itchy.
It's just weird because there's so we have the gathering. You mentioned Reddit came out. There was games like Reddit's whole time. There's another variety of game store tiers and Reddit actually was running out these days. And also on PC, they're like an but that game is developed to where Sony has spent years and years and years.
Going against Oregon.
No, we just see some
Matchup.
they make sure there's also a version of PS5, and then they go up and they make the third game in this trilogy for Horizon because there was an idea of build it up. But it's still kind of a young franchise. It came out in 2017. And that would have happened if it had competent leadership. The Horizon thing, I will admit, is kind of making me think this is absolutely revealed. It's just that when you use this franchise, we have this up like but it's been going long enough to where for 3 years. So that's the thing. It's like eventually you gotta start looking at people who are still there calling the shots. And I know there's other people who aren't in the spotlight as much, but man, you get paid to be in the spotlight like that at the head of these studios, and you're gonna get beaten up online and stuff. It's been this bad over and over again. It's funny looking at Horizon still computers, and there's like the Ratchet mobile game response. Like, first of all, these games should be on PS5 from the jump. And like they second party, third party teams, right? So you're not wasting any of your internal first party teams on these kinds of projects.
Yeah, those mobile games that PlayStation released, they really should be on PS5. That's weird that they're not.
It makes sense for like what's the name of Gran Turismo? But Gran Turismo, that's been a franchise that's been running for like almost 30 years now. Yeah, so even if this live service initiative wasn't in place, I feel like much would have changed with GT7 and their plan. So
They should be on PS5.
So that's why I think it is technically a live service game, but it's the live service initiative. It has really come to mind, right? Because it's still like doing its status quo, standard thing, and the same thing
They'll do the thing with GT7 where they did with Sport,
Yeah.
where when it's done and it shuts down, they'll make it so it's
the upcoming live service games they have. So they have Loop, which is a negative. You have Break-In or Fair Games, which is like these are the two games we look forward to. This is all the money and time that's been wasted. All these cancellations, and these are the next two games we have on the docket. So come on, man. Yeah. So, you know how people mention the PS5 and they look at it, right, as, I see these comments all the time, when's the generation going to start? That's one that comes up a lot in phrase. And I saw someone say, I thought people say it's considered a lost generation at this point. I had to think about that a bit because there are still a lot of good games that come out every year that you can play on your PS5. But I have turned more and more to thinking about third-party games more than anything else. And you have your first-party games that would be exclusive to the system that work to give it an identity, and the ones that come to mind also. So it's interesting that PS5 is not this generation system that, and on its face, I think the hardware's good. I think the third-party games that show up are good, but it's kind of like blending in a bit with the PS4, and then when the PS6 shows up, there's going to be so much cross-gen there, it's going to blend in with the PS6, and so it's just going to be this. I don't know, this blend of the PS4 and the PS6 kind of sitting in between them, to where it's kind of the single box that doesn't really as much of a identity.
Do you think that the PS5 is PlayStation's, Wii U?
So little money. I mean, this is money they've made, although I Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily just PlayStation. I think it's just third-party stuff and stuff. Microsoft and a lot of the networks.
Feel like with the Wii U, it's like, I was more used to the third-party games for a lot of
Fuck.
games.
Alright, let's kick a field goal.
So and it's all times like obviously probably lose on most though, because it's like the party stuff is huge on the PlayStation, and there just wasn't any really support on the Wii U, and it blended in with the Switch with the games, and the Wii U itself was pretty good. So yeah, it was like the console didn't sell.
It's kind of been in verse.
Yeah.
Wii U had good first-party support, no party support. And then flipping from PlayStation, but PS5 sold, but Wii U didn't. So
PS5 is the default system. People buy it for added FIFA, I've seen how I guess GTA 6, I'll buy it for the Call of Duty. I feel like you buy a PS5 less and less now for the PlayStation Studios logo that shows up. Buy it and it's like $2 on rules. Yeah, it's not like you mentioned, right? It's the games going up, sure going to love it. I'm interested in that. Just the single player stuff I have like no reservations for. It's just like the live.
It's just the originality too. I feel like they just capitalize on them and just have to make another 5 minutes late, so it doesn't actually do what they needed to
There's
do.
delay game against him.
It does kind of feel like they're behind by a couple of years from this live service game by the time they released this game. It is funny because like the ones that would have been successes, I feel like, were the ones that were most unique or most different. Like if we spell it, for example, like what a big particular or combat game is out there on the AAA level. Not really. I feel like Twisted Metal fit that point perfectly. I actually was a Spider-Man game, and like I wasn't very conflicted about that Spider-Man game. Because like it definitely would have taken away resources from it. So I mean, I don't want to get single player games, but this is the basis. It did look unique. Multiple Spider-Man swinging around New York City, it's like fighting Shocker, Scorpion. That whole premise, right? So yeah, I don't know.
Another delay game.
Even if they ran a little like shooter, like Resistance or Killzone, just to see what you can do with it. I mean, if PC is really that open to you. PC loves first-person shooters that are like even arena style, but has that look to it for a live service game.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, they have great player motivation.
Intercepted.
It's just I'm looking for this live service. So here's that. It's the live service that I'm absolutely shocked that they have not thought about because a lot of their game live services have kind of struggled. More like a social experience. I'm surprised they didn't think about PlayStation Open Goal. Because I do feel like now, with how many systems they have out there, but even with like PS6 coming out at some point, and we'll see what they do with the AI integration. They seem to really like AI constantly, as early for a lot of their development. I do wonder if they thought about that at like a system level, as in every system the PS5 comes with answers that are built in. I do wonder if they would consider doing like a new age PlayStation Home. Like it's a cool idea, because even the microtransaction, that's like really one. That idea would be perfect for like the pandemic, because everything gets that one. But I feel like the time is kind of past one of the channel. There was a way to order stuff on Amazon and PlayStation Home. I mean, say order the PlayStation Home. But yeah, like some it is funny, like the successful live service games they have, Helldivers, Gran Turismo, MLB, all established franchises, all established IP. So it makes me think, like Marvel Toga recently came out. It's doing pretty well on the PC ports and faster, but PC sales, especially on console. And it's a fighting game, and like one live service game I would have loved to see. It's like a PlayStation All-Stars successor revival. As PlayStation fans are really multiplayer. Well, like, if you have characters that they care about, both people that do, that would definitely bring people in, more casual fans, so check it out.
They dropped it in the end zone.
The idea was so cool. As well. The problem is, I don't think Sony wants to like work with the U.S. military in an official capacity again. Yeah, that's true. So it's kind of a problem. But
It's just a base for a lot of people. So
it's that big non-issue again. What are we going to do with casual feedback? I think it's.
All right, we're gonna take the points.
But it'll be you being the 10 of the people who laughed at me.
It's 4K plays will be on that.
Dropped it in the end zone.
And then even this more than the comparable to like a Rainbow Six. And they like, in a way, like are not really. It's worth it. No. 4.
All right, we're up 6-0.
Anything else? There's people that like it, but I feel like the people that watch things like her, it's always fascinating when the people play.
So it's good. Courtney B. You have to scan it, of course. It's tough. It's just the excitement when they can look back and be like, you know, let's try this. Just get at least an easy win early a little bit from the names. Like you mentioned Twisted Metal, Brad. I think that would be fun. Just a TV show still going on. It's not like just something where people right? It's kind of like, okay, this is as opposed to what's fair games and why is there dollars in the can? Yeah, and then you see it as like, yeah, this neighbor's down. It's just, man, all these games.
Well, Sony had all these live service games. They canceled all the good ones, or the ones that could have been good. They canceled the Last of Us one, the Spider-Man one, the God of War one, the Twisted Metal one.
That's like that Team LFG game. I didn't think it's gonna have like that. So they got me Bears game, but yeah, just can't.
Knocked it out.
And when you talk about Bungie,
Helldivers hit for him.
it's
Fair Game's gonna suck. 4 Loop, people don't like it. I'm somewhat interested.
That's like they could greenlight Destiny 3. I feel like it would be expensive. That's why they don't want to greenlight.
Damn it.
That would be a success. And we get it would be wild. It's a PS6 game as we start on now. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they spent fucking 5 years on games and still in development. So,
Damn it.
It's,
PS6.
Yeah, I'm not interested in the PS6.
I am not interested in a PS6.
No.
It's like they keep trying to shoot him. It's always like, from racing game. I don't know. It's right. Trying to it's juicy. I was literally a dumb system. That's a good point. This Little Big Planet Pub used to realizing that they were planning very much on the PS3 or like PS4 era. But I never got it anywhere. I feel like Little Big Planet would be perfect, kid-friendly, live service style IP. User unity content is huge. That's what I'm saying. It's very simple, easy to learn. To 2 and 3, right? Because it was invented on Dream and Straight. I don't think it was right. You're not getting it. They had like a little miller, and they did.
He got the corner. He's gone.
I see, funny memes or like
Damn it.
Sackboy Little Big Planet thing every thousands. Yeah, this was some things chicken about it. It's a good game. I mean, Sackboy's Big Adventure was a sad scene. Like, it was nice. Yeah, no, I really like 50, right? No, it was first of all, it's a spin-off, and second of all, it is better than Mario's Mini World. They just go along with the little second one or two. I really agree with parts of that, right? But I don't think no. It was. If you give me a proper Little Big Planet, I'm happy. And Sackboy was fine, but it was not what I wanted. And I would mind it. That would almost be viewed as kind of like just right. Just like Chris Hayes show. But I think it's something. That's an interesting thing. But the last one, I should have Warlock. I found Warlock being one to
They gotta do something different. Like this, I feel like I keep seeing the same game over, you know. Let's get four or five guys with a gun. Yeah, each other on the aliens. It's like, okay. It's got to be horribly brilliant. We already have Helldivers. It's like, I know. This worked out for them, but they still won. That's the thing. I feel like if they had 3 live service games in a row that come out and they're all really good, Helldivers 2 level, they're going to get they're always going to try to make live service games. We're getting to the... I see it's a big rubber debate. That's not right. Anytime we list like random live service games, you have your CODs, your Minecrafts, your Fortnites. So when you want one of their games to be in those lists, and at least one, Helldivers, it's great, it's huge, but it's not in that list. Like
Hello.
the top tier. For sure.
Low, low.
It's like, just trying to identify like developers early on that they can even and that was the thing. I don't know how that worked out for them, but they certainly had to get a lot of players stuff to involve. I don't think it's Falcons working on something. I have to imagine it's going to be somewhat live service placed, but I don't know much. It will for sure do the new GC elements because GC elements. Yes. So when they show it, it doesn't look like Fortnite. So that's my advice to all these studios. Man, that Fortnite look, I'm telling you, it puts you on your back foot right like immediately. Dude, like Ben's last game was from 2019, brother. Which 2026? I just think I'm the right one. And they have that made. No way PS5 can even make was Burning Shores. That was off of Horizon Midwest, right? Like, so they haven't made anything just for the PS5. That's Sony Santa Monica hasn't made anything. Los Angeles, Sparta, right? And with Naughty Dog, they haven't made an original game for the PS5. They just did remakes or remasters. So that's the thing. Like, I just need their top 3 studios basically right there.
Oh, I was just short. I tried a 60-yard field goal.
I'm so grateful we have Insomniac games.
And we were short by a yard.
Dude, they bought Insomniac, and Insomniac got a bunch of playful, but they did with things like Spider-Man, and they went off the other contracts, and so they would be so maybe not in trouble, but yeah, that release is bad. It looked bad. People survived for the
We were short by a yard.
Yeah, it was a great kick. We really maxed out the meter without going over. It was just short. Another yard probably would have hit the bottom bar. Another 2 yards, it probably would have crossed the bottom bar.
This game come back.
I didn't know you'd be back in terms. Yeah. It's just like, I suppose, this season.
So G6 are back. You're like really excited for our Horizon players to happen. You're going to be what's coming up with
Absolutely. It's looking pretty good. Just have fun checking information. Just they're talking about the first of that. Yeah, it's Johnson. And somebody said that Chris Walker was just absolutely.
Intercepted.
a 2-year with Appleton on board is long, but Sunday City right now.
So they should send it to everyone.
The next Star Wars. Oh, dude. Oh, that's figures.
Wow, I threw a pick.
That's that mystery talking about that, and then like just 2 weeks ago, yeah, like they just
What is the Nintendo equivalent of Concord? Or is it really
everybody everybody just
it's
really did everybody that was
they changed what was going to play it.
that's been fun for my that I can think of.
Yeah.
Hello.
But it's not even close, you know.
I know. People actually like that game. I'm serious.
Yeah, it's just like, okay,
Played it, you know.
yeah, it's really, and it still exists. Like, it still exists, and like, we're ready to play.
Maybe there'll be times like I don't
Let's see what he does here.
that was not really but it was a situation on the file kind of thing. And I think that's the reason PlayStation was positioning Concord as like their next big IP. They had YouTube and they had shorts about it, they had secret level and maybe arms or something, because like they didn't pull it, but they didn't run anything with it.
Well, you know, now, but I've been working on power. Just something, like, listen, they're launching their children. They like that, but I don't know if there's an actual talk because it's never happened to anybody outside of what I know. The big reactors. Some people would fall, maybe. Yeah, maybe again. Yeah,
You know what? I'm changing my amount to Redfall for the game.
It's like, that makes you right.
No, I didn't finish Exo Primal. Y'all finished it.
They did finish it.
Damn.
They dropped $1,000.
Yeah, Redfall was just close to the break. That was a free game. I don't even know why we beat it. I think it's just because we wanted to see what the last achievement would pop with the percentage, and it came up 0.01% or something. And it's fun to say.
So many jokes in the Virtual Boy.
I didn't have much that per game. It's Christmas time, and like you want a Saturday, you want a PlayStation 1. No, I want a Virtual Boy game. This thing from it's 8 toys, and and they had the headset, and I was like, this is the fucking coolest shit I've done with my stupid lesbian cousin who wasn't a lesbian at the time. And I was like, yeah, this is cool shit.
Where he was like red and black, so like 90s vibe to it. So it was never to me. I wanted color, like evil church.
Doodles.
Oh, come on.
The syrup bucks you get, and like the yeah, that like it's amazing. It's
Gosh, and then six generations, and like, oh my god,
He stopped him.
We get GTA 6 before GTA 6. That's like the DEFCON 1 situation that Rockstar does not want to have happen.
Very crazy.
1% is 8 good guys. It's a podcast. I think podcast sometimes. He's doing it on his channel. He was on the news video. He's supposed to do something. He's delayed. She says, but there's $5 towards the lease. So, oh my god. Fine. No. One day at a time, one fast, Kristen says, I have set out the generation and only have Switch 2. I want to play GTA 6. What should I get? Refurbished PS5, PS5 Slim Disc Drive, PS5 Pro, or Xbox? That's a tough question. I mean, if money's not an option, like an issue for you, and you just want the PS5 Pro with everything else, I mean, that's probably the one that the government PS5 Pro is going to play. Maybe just like GTA 6. For it, James just a refurbished PS, just get like a ghetto refurbished, not what I'm going to get, or like,
Hello.
Hello. He quit. He quit.
There's game stores on there. Tons of sellers on there. Like y'all haven't been here the past couple of weeks. This is the new vibe. Just get with it.
I'm just not crossing out.
Hello, Squad. He quit.
We get a cut of Sean's earnings.
Yeah, he quit.
Anyway, on the pod, yeah. Well, but
Yeah.
hell yeah.
Who's ready for Texas?
Ken says, any recommendations for a cheap INEO, etc. to play the Android version of Minecraft? I play with my daughter and one together off my ROG Ally. Cheap, oh yeah, because I guess the Steam Deck is pretty expensive now. You know what actually is cheap INEO like Minecraft? ONN tablets, I keep seeing these for like $130, you get like a 10-inch tablet, and people seem to love them. Just get her a little tablet, let her play Minecraft.
Here comes Texas, and they are playing Ohio State.
I would say not cheap because you can go with like an ON2 or something that's still $200. Those ONN tablets are $100
Here comes Texas.
Watch shit that I have somebody that would interest in. He's on YouTube.
We'll actually get this matchup in real life here in a couple weeks.
There's no time. There's still time. Challenge also. Last challenge is from now. This match at PSP was Cyber Peak. Maybe he's acting like this, so you don't suspect him. No. I would not suspect him. It says Irish Sports Developers. One who owns the rights to Quest 64 and should it get remade?
So I looked into this at one point. THQ used to own the North Used to. And is right now it's an inactive license, so it would have to get renewed from the studio, which is the main license in Bloomberg, and we have to like look into that. But I don't think anyone is looking to remake Quest 64. It's some fans, but yeah, I was thinking also. Oh yeah, they did clever.
They're just looking at Bill and Ted, like,
you don't need it.
they released. You don't need games now. I remember games so bigger. Showboy Rock says, anyone who's having a big fire for next month was great so far. Very excited for the game. I don't think anyone's bounced back at all. Watch
So I would start the late because I would buy it this at late at well, no, it's just that's the Japanese version of it.
No, it worked.
The English officer.
Damn it!
Hi, I'm Sam. Damn it.
PC Magnet says can't talk CDI games about night in Nylon City.
That sounds good.
Nice.
But like the cinematics, like FMVs, like next to each other.
That's the one I'm thinking of. That's on the AVGN video. That's like some slideshow. It's like mushroom shit. Just like some stuff. I'm surprised how good. That's how you run from it. That's next time. It runs well. It's got work on it, but you probably might have something there. Yes. Is it really like actually don't need work on timeline? That's bad. I'm sure. It's pretty fast. It's faster than games. But I'm interested in the campaign. Like, it's gonna be a decent campaign that I know that work we've been getting since we said. Adam says keep Killer Revive, those baby franchises. Keep stays as the Kill Lost Forever Revive start fresh. Okay. Metal Gear Solid, Kingdom Hearts, Pokemon. We can kill Pokemon, right?
Doodly?
No,
You know, we need a little body the first. We need another 0.56 at least for the game.
Doodly?
that's the thing. Because if it's not Kojima, I kind of want it.
No, if it's not Kojima, there's definitely one because that dude's some shit. It's be crazy.
No.
That's fucking fine, dude. He can go suck a dick.
Did you see Survive? Metal Gear Survive? Come on.
That's a hilarious too. Like, they haven't been up to Kojima's level since he laughed. But the Castlevania looks good. No, we're talking about Metal Gear. It was one game, and it was a
Doodly puff. That's an Ohio State touchdown.
10 years later, here in the world around us, it's just an everyday thing.
No clue.
Yeah, I get to
Blue Bear.
Great, but it would be the gameplay with the proper voice actors and the proper voice actors. David Hayter loves Konami. Did Kojima take a lot of his staff that worked on? Did he take a he did take a number of people over to his staff. So he's paying those people to work on weird shit.
Come here, dudes.
That's right. Maybe let's fucking go.
Thanks.
Come here, doodles. Come here. Come here. There you go.
This has proven workability.
Almost on spreadsheets, baby.
Like in some of the video games.
A lot of things like movies we're getting done to play remakes, reimaginings, you know.
So I could have just stayed in bounds. Who knows? I might have been gone.
Kevin asked Celia played a game called Date Everything.
It is. I played the demo of it. And also, I think it's either coming to Game Pass or just on it. I'm going to probably start playing them. Maybe a new level on it and new profile, sorry. And play for a bit. And if I like it, I really like it. I'm Xbox.
Stuff. Professor Rod says, I'd love to hear your thoughts on a super technically high license. Don't actually own it or digital games by repaying ownership prices.
Long-term rental transmission with the license course.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big. There's a lot of questions for digital stuff as we go in that direction. Apparently, sort of 2028, but so many a lot of scrutiny. Also, those terms of service, that's a big thing pop up today. In emails, make sure everyone's reading their terms of service. And people did not like what they were reading.
Right to repair.
They probably try to get rid of it. Get rid of it. It's just a pop.
Do you think that this is going to be the new rehash debate? You know, like people comment like, oh, you know, why are physical and digital games the same price? Yes.
There was always an answer to that. That was a shelf space because the people selling it physically didn't want to have to compete with the company leasing it.
No, of course. But as, you know, times change, you know, there's always that rehashed.
But it's just now, there's no, there's barely any current, like when you see pictures out of like Best Buy.
Ooh.
So it's fair. And my Best Buy, man, there's barely any Xbox games. There isn't. Nintendo Switch, one Switches again, but that's about it. Our Hearthstone has a lot of PlayStation. It's like, and Switch my Xbox. It's good. And it's one small little top mile and it's whole thing there. Like it's all that. It's just like Call of Duty added to college football.
I missed that.
And like actually like Assassin's Creed. That's it.
Even though it's digital, it's not kept up with inflation. So that's all you gotta do.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there is. Let's do it. Let's go.
That's the fucking thing. It's not this bullshit, man. It's fine. Like, physical is not constant like the line of walking away that's nonsense.
Wow. No protection at all.
Challenge on indie games says OJ made a credit new 3D game on Xbox 360 indie store.
Get your now let me know. Send me on order.
Cheddar says, New Year, everyone. Thanks for the content. It's always what's a favorite game you guys love, but it hasn't aged well in the last 10 to 20 years. And it's been 20 years.
It's like, am I fuck that game? I'm not sure.
It's the legendary.
It's great. That is true. It is, but the original. I can go back to play that. I can't.
Oh man.
Last year, 2095, even did mention, you know what, I would like to see Kingdom Hearts 1 get a remake, because that is like that game's kind of...
Fuck.
Basically, I'm like, oh, with this sort of stuff, or Kingdom Hearts. No, but like the if we played all the Kingdom Hearts games, all of them, what did I say?
What?
I did all of them except the 3DS one.
That's what I'm trying to get.
need to play it because there's story that you're missing out. You would understand the story without it. You need it.
No, I watched the Blazing back.
Intercepted! And we're going to take this to the house!
The game players left here.
Oh, no, okay, that's good.
Okay, yeah.
That's good.
This comes up.
No, because I didn't change the tweets. I had to do the report because I hated the game, but that game so much.
Yeah.
But
Touchdown, Texas!
I know, see, 3-5-8 over 2 days. I watched all the cutscenes from that collection. I didn't play it. So that's the point. It's good strip. In Recon, that's what it's called. The other DS game. I didn't play, but I did work my sleep. I didn't want to, of course. This is
Touchdown, Texas.
How many did you play from Recon? How many?
I played the first one, and I played the DS one, and
Which one?
Which DS? The first DS.
Okay.
It's good. I got my fix.
So you didn't believe the second was such a big change. You played two
I gotta say, that's the crazy thing is I don't have to play it. I play it.
Man,
I got my fix. I'm sound, but
So good.
and I should do at the end of the series. Well, you played the parts too.
Yeah,
Lou and Josie beat Shenmue better.
Guilty, watch the cutscenes. You will know.
That's on PS2, right?
Yeah,
Playing person. Yeah.
everything else out on the like PS3, PS4,
Emulation, John.
PS5, like all the PlayStation like sets that have games. Swear don't leave up. One games. I feel like most of them have got these big parts in their collection.
I didn't. I only did those.
It'd be a great time.
Suck!
Children's future. It's that next super chat budget. So I can get here.
Right there, Rams. Jeffrey says Martin Team 125 for PS2 1 not worth it.
Fuck.
125 PS2 with good version. But
Yeah, what not PS2 is it? Yeah, it's late.
Touchdown.
I can see it. Use it for work.
It's the purple stand.
He's got a chance at it. So you can always make an offer on that to make it to the next.
I like low ball on eBay. It never worked for me yet, but like I like low ball offers. Facebook Marketplace.
I did that. Really expensive. And it was Canadian that accepted the offer. It's important.
Since probably this film over a dozen months, I'm curious how we feel about it personally. We like it so far. I didn't see the other half of the game that they're hiding right now, but I didn't get to.
Ability and things like that, obviously, abilities and stuff.
I just want to see how the game unfolds. But yeah, so far. Illustrious says all the remakes, remasters, how viable it's game collecting. That's what you play, honestly.
There's plenty of good games.
Oh yeah, there's just a lot of stuff I can pick from right now. So even if it necessarily
Fuck, man.
like if I complete this one system, you just find games you like and be like, you know, I do kind of want to have that game, and they don't all be the most expensive ones. Maybe there's
He dropped it.
That's it. So that's everything. We're good there. We go around this beat. Finish. Josie, where can everyone find you?
You can find me on Josie Bar on YouTube. I haven't uploaded a
Talk
video
to
in like
you,
a month and a
please.
half, but I will be back. So I have a video
What's up, man?
next week and getting back to it. So thank you so much for having me,
He dropped
and I
it.
appreciate it.
Finally, also, a ridiculously creamy, dipped, chipped, sandwiched ice cream like experience. That's
Look, I saw your comments about my previous GTA video, and I feel like I need to set the reference rate. First of all, I think there's two things happening here. I think people are really pissed off about this all digital future. Totally understand.
Intercepted.
except for exclusivity window on Netflix also stinks. I also don't like that they have a $100 version because a lot of things I agree with. Here's the thing about CyberLink and all the Grand Theft Auto stuff, though, and he has like several more, and Rockstar is now subpoenaing everybody, has sent a subpoena to everybody, like Microsoft. Microsoft's working with them. They say it's not all hands on deck. It is definitely all hands on deck. They're going to go after this guy. And the previous guy, gal, whoever, they went after that person. So when they catch this person, they're going to go to prison. That's the end all be all. They're going to catch the person eventually, and that's going to be that. Anyway, that being said, there's something like 10 gameplay clips out there on X. X is probably frantically trying to take them down, take everybody. In a weird way, the footage has not really seemed to have done any damage.
My God.
If anything, it's making more hype on GTA 6.
Holy fucking shit.
This is I would say, my
He
tinfoil
dropped it.
hat would be like, is this some crazy marketing scheme that they're putting with? I would think like the CTO at Microsoft
My
is going to
God.
come out and be like, we're working
Holy
with the
fucking
legal system to make
WH2.
sure that we catch this person. Like, and I don't think that
Should
they're
I
going to be
mute?
doing court filings.
Oh boy.
Like, I don't think this is a viral marketing campaign, y'all. I think somebody has leaked some stuff and Rockstar is not that happy. Now, some people have said that they feel the GTA 6 leaks aren't as serious as you may think. A former Rockstar Games technical director says the recent GTA 6 leaks are not as serious as people think. That person, I'm sorry. GTA 4 and other Rockstar games, since most people eventually buy GTA 6 aren't spending their time searching for leaks don't spend
Touchdown!
money. Don't want spoilers. You're going to see the spoilers, and all that's done is I'm more excited for GTA 6 now. That's all it's done. It's gotten people more excited for the game, if anything. And, covering for it. But here's the thing, the person who questions CyberLink is saying that they're doing this, and they're doing this for the good of gaming. They're saying that they don't like time exclusivity, they don't like microtransactions. That's a very easy thing to rally behind. The reason I find it hard to believe is because they are doing this to farm crypto, and they're getting a bunch of crypto money. They're like, look, we earned $1 million in tokens. A bunch of Chris Critical's video. That's not really how that works. That's kind of what they were doing just a few years ago. And people were doing these crypto coin pumping up schemes, and it was sort of the same thing. Look, I don't know how it works. I don't know any of that works. But here's what I do know, or do think. I think they're going to convince this guy. I think he's going to go to jail for a long time. Why? To post GTA 6 clips on the internet? I don't know, man. I don't think it's worth it personally. He plays Rockstar. Is obviously annoyed by the leaks, but they won't have a major impact on GTA 6. The leaks are nothing for he said. Adding that they're just a tiny blip. He also compared the situation to the hot coffee controversy in GTA San Andreas. That was crazy. Saying the current leaks are much less serious. It looks like GTA 6 will be phenomenal and sell for the...
Alright, come on guys, we can do this.
Yeah, if you've seen the footage, I'm not going to talk about it, I'm not going to describe it, but you've probably seen it online if you're watching this video. The game looks phenomenal. It looks amazing. So, if anything, all came up with and kind of gotten more attention for CyberLink is we're going to be in trouble very soon. Now, in addition to what's been happening, this CyberLink character, he has a manifesto and all this stuff on his website. He's getting hundreds of thousands of dollars in crypto, made I don't know how much money he actually get in crypto. As I said, I don't know how that stuff works, but he could be getting, he's saying,
There we go. Touchdown! The comeback is on.
Anybody associated with this person, anybody downloading their footage, anybody doing it, that they're being subpoenaed and their information is going to be on their property. The last question, this post that I referenced earlier, breaking Take-Two has named the
Touchdown.
EX YouTube accounts that once on mass from GTA
The
6
comeback is
leaks.
on.
That includes CyberLeak copycats, CyberLeaks, server 4K, CyberLeak _AR_IO, and asks them to subpoena X and the identities behind them. So if you've been pretending to be CyberLeak, don't do that. You're going to get in trouble, especially if you're reposting the footage. That's also not going to be good for you, because that means you're now liable for damages. Don't repost stuff. There's no journalism thing where you're like, oh, I reposted the footage. It's still an intellectual IP. I would highly recommend not doing that, especially with rock stars out there and half the people. So, yeah, Scott Van Vliet said, we are working closely with Take-Two and Rockstar Games to support efforts to protect creative works and intellectual property. Here's my thought on there's a lot of stuff we don't like. I think we can align on some things. I do not like this idea of an all digital future, right? That these companies need to figure out a way, like the Xbox digital program, I think that's really compelling. There needs to be a reverse of that, where I put my digital media on an SD card or something, right? Like there needs to be a solution of some sort where the other way, and I can now, all right, I got all these games on my SD card, pop it in a future device, and I can play with my kids. It doesn't need to be CDs. It doesn't need to be that methodology. I think we need to figure out whatever the modern methodology of that is, and I agree, I don't like this all digital future. Something like 90% of the games that we buy, though, are bought digitally.
Damn it.
So we cannot like it, and we cannot let that feeling. The companies are largely just saying the hit that we're going to take, it's about 20%, by the way, that's a significant hit. For some reason, they don't think that's a big enough deal to just wipe out this. I wonder if there's like an overhead to that or something. I don't know if they figured out that taking a 20% loss in their entire business makes sense, but okay, whatever. I don't like it. I don't like this idea that, Netflix is going to have a 6-hour exclusive window.
Ah, dang it.
But I also don't like this idea of just random gameplay clips being leaked. Inversely, it's only on important cited. So I'm not saying I'm bad enough. I don't want spoilers, though. I don't want to see story stuff I screwed in Facebook. Oh, well, there's the new clip. Just everything we've seen so far is very randomly spelling his name on the wall. I think that's been covered publicly, so that's the most let's say about it. There's debates about whether or not it's real. But that's the latest. They haven't stopped the base game thing. Rockstar is they've subpoenaed everybody to some. I think they ended up catching this person at some point. They've apparently changed their website to remove contact information. I think.
Item.
I think. There was a rumor by the way that they have a kill switch sort of. They're actually going to just have all these copies of the games ready to be distributed. It's just been kind of crazy to follow the story. That's not true. There's no evidence to support it's actually ever said. I believe that was said by somebody person in CyberLeak, not actually CyberLeak. So there's no credible evidence that that is accurate. There's also like a 116 gigabyte version out there that is malware, so if you see a PC file for GTA 6, don't download it. It's fake and it's malware, so bad news, everybody, don't do that. And yeah, GTA 6 has been trending all weekend, obviously, so just if you don't want any spoilers and you want to go in completely dark,
And so this is where we're at, everybody. This is where the situation is, and literally as I'm recording this, the new league just got up like 10 minutes ago.
Damn it.
I think it's going to be good. Let me know what you think about it in the comments below. Hopefully you understand where I'm coming from. I don't love this methodology where they're hawking a coin. Like, anytime money gets into the mix, I think the message is sullied, and I think we're going to find out more about whatever is going on with the situation very soon anyway.
It's so frustrating. It is unbelievably infuriating. I have not been an active Twitter user in quite some time, many months, and I avoid Facebook like the plague. I treat Facebook.
First down, Arch Manning with his legs.
Right now, equal line concerns has been upgraded to like the highest risk level they can offer. DEFCON 20. So, always now been going, it'd be like taking a second and filling the spine. So anyway, the point is, I don't go to those two places, which are the main vectors of misinformation, just general garbage. And yet, yesterday, I still, hook, line, and sinker, fell victim to a complete load of horse hockey that had been numerous outlets reported as true and left out for, by the time I covered it, like 6 or 8 hours or something like that, in that general ballpark, I believe. They really got me good on that one, the old pull my finger classic. So this was the article that I was showcasing. You and me yesterday covering the latest development in the GTA 6 takes some sort of insider.
God damn, man.
As well, this was just the coverage I chose to go through for the video, but it had made its waves elsewhere. And it turns out it's all based on a fake account, which means the whole thing was baloney. Triple thing here. And as I've been talking about that, there's so much misinformation going on the GTA.
We gotta go.
This one I really want to talk about because it seemed legitimate. It's legitimate. It's being picked up by outlets like this. They must have been verifying the sources here. So even if it wasn't something that I could publicly see from CyberLeak's site, maybe they had gone through like a different channel, like a Telegram or something.
First down.
The article probably published on a mainstream site that is supposed to house accurate journalism whose entire fucking purpose is ensuring accurate reporting.
First down.
But I guess there's no real process there at all. They just fucking start shooting whatever they want there. So, huge apologies for being they made like a Thanksgiving turkey and just spread that shit. Because I just didn't trust that there was some kind of process in place to ensure that this was accurate. I am not on Twitter, so I had no idea that this was just a Twitter hoax. That was the origin of where this came from. That had been picked up by these fucking sites in order to just quickly forward these articles out for GTA 6 leaks. So now, and it's a headline. Like these mainstream journalists, a lot of the articles into Insider Dating or some of the other like gaming outlets, I still have
Touchdown, Texas.
They just be fraudulent tweets like it's daisies, and then they make entire articles based on it without ever even vetting to check it. Like YouTubers can't even do that. Like if a YouTuber gets all of the information from a tweet, they get dumped on, rightfully so. I don't do that. I'll sometimes show tweets that give like a concise breakdown of the story, but I always put it like actual sites that cover it, which now I have to call into question as well. And yeah, the information there is accurate, or they're just regurgitating something they saw on Twitter that's just completely fraudulent.
Come on, defense. We need a hold.
The state of fucking mainstream journalism has been in the shitter for a while, and it just keeps getting worse. Like, I understand how difficult it is to, like, being through what's real and fake with the GTA 6 used to get to the volume of it and how, like, fake sites are popping
Come on,
up.
defense.
The leaker.
Come on, defense.
And, like, it's like, an organization like Insider Gaming, I still would have expected some level of due diligence and at least an attempt, which clearly just wasn't even made. The author, they made a public apology saying in their haste to keep up with the GTA 6 leaks, fell for a fake threat to release a build of the game and reported it, and apologized for the blunder, and has since been removed.
Want to get lean without leaving?
And apologized for the blunder, and has since been removed. And 8 hours ago at 3 a.m., a redacted article was published for basically how wrong it was and everything that stemmed from it being incorrect or correct. I was in a debate on whether or not to unlist the video because when it's YouTubers, it's a lose-lose. No matter what, if you do or don't, you're getting Gangnam Style on regardless. And it's a lesson I learned a couple of years ago when a story I covered that stemmed from an individual making this claim against somebody else that a lot of other people were picking up and confirming it, and the source itself turns out was wrong and lying. So I unlisted that video, I published a video correcting it, like, hey, that turns out to have just been a lie from this person and everyone else that had done it from like the, once again, like the other outlets, that is also incorrect. Then I got
third down.
Trying to hide my mistake. So by unlisting the video, I was trying to run away from being wrong. And I kept it out.
Big third down. Game on the line.
This information, it's always like a rundown or a play situation. So ultimately, I decided
He made a one-handed catch, but he's short of the first down. It's going to be 4th and 2.
Just take care of him on the way. The crypto stuff with CyberLeak, as well as like the ad fee on like when they're charging for ads now, the leaks and all of that. And also,
he got it. They gave him the first down. Oh, how questionable is that?
Releasing a bill, there is still a conversation. I don't think they have a functional bill.
That was close. I even was guarding right where he was at.
Since a lot from the threat here that isn't real, I did just decide to unlist it since that's just wrong. First thing I want to reiterate, my initial impression when it came to Super League and their motives was that it was all money-driven like this was to make a big...
Well, we got a chance. It's third down. This is it. This is really the last chance now.
Current state of the industry with all these terrible anti-consumer practices, to me that just felt like a very convenient excuse and like a smokescreen to make it seem
4th down.
Actually is in every piece of footage they released.
Last chance now.
Crypto plastered all over it out the wazoo.
He's going to go for it or punt it.
It was shown that
He's going to go for it. If he doesn't get this, we'll get the ball in decent field position.
See, they've done this to prove that it's not a scam, that it is legitimate, and it's not about the money.
Incomplete. 37 seconds. We have a chance.
Message that forfeiting the wild west of crypto scams where everyone is having this drained from their balls, their bank accounts empty because of FOMOing into every shit coin they can find. A very standard thing you'd see from a lot of these.
And we're going to do it! We're going to the end zone! Touchdown, Texas!
Hi, I'm Sam.
Hey, Sam. We're going to go for the win! We're going to go for the win right here! Right now!
Down tokens here. There's nothing to prove to me that they're still not just in it for the money. We're looking to...
We were down 28-7 at one point.
So, that still, frankly, the main motivator behind all these things is the money.
Diving for the end zone! We got it! We're in! 2 points!
It's also important to realize that you hear about the crypto from your peers and from strangers online.
We were down 28-7 at one point.
So now they have a vested interest in getting more people on board. So that way, they're not the ones left to the bag. So, it is always in their best interest to start just spinning these fucking fairy tales. If you can play standard, it's smoke after dark, being crazy shitcoin craze, or a bunch of trolls that had already put their money in are now just starting to sing the gospel and preach about how great it is, why unique the best, and like all this evidence about how it's legitimate, just so that way others can come on board so they can eventually dump it back then. So, take all of it with a grain of salt. There's nothing here aside from the crypto that
We gotta hold on.
and it's really about sending a message and taking a fight to, Sony, Rockstar, and Take-Two for their terrible practices. Like everything they highlight in Manifesto and what they said on lip service are very agreeable things. There are very real problems in the gaming industry that I yap about, people constantly yap about, and that they're even talking about. But their actions seem far more motivated than just trying to stick it to it. And especially because they are aggressively losing and milking everything out of this that they possibly can. So this has been recorded for 2 days now, and from what I can see on my end, it is real. They are actually charging for ad space on movies. They're charging an exorbitant amount. And even if they were only charging a handful of balloons, that very clearly speaks volumes to what the actual movie is. So they make money off of what they have. It's making what they have here applying on whether or not they put their games in this video.
We're on the verge of the largest comeback we've ever had in college football.
I do think they have so
Oh my God. Oh my God. 2 seconds. He might be in field goal range.
into the second. So they're playing something. But the only muscles that they have shown.
He might be in field goal range. It's close. The kick is up. He made it. No. We lose.
The character that has really been the most heavily marketed for GTA 6 hasn't even made an appearance in any of their leaks. And if they really wanted to show that they've got...
We lose. He made it no.
Wow. All I could say is wow.
Wow.
Unreal.
All I can say is wow.
That's all I could say.
Unreal.
Serious?
I can't even believe what just happened.
I think that more men should actually abandon their kids. Now, I know what you're thinking, you think Pearl,
Dude.
that's terrible, but hear me out. Entire social infrastructure in place.
Texas A&M, you're up.
Please.
Do Family Feud,
I
please.
can't believe what just happened.
A woman can be a terrible wife and go to marriage counseling and then be told she's doing great.
I'm at a loss for words. I'm truly flabbergasted. I'm beside myself.
I'm at a loss for words.
They fight and they fight and they fight. And I have one friend in particular who's fighting for shit.
And I told them to stop fighting and just let them have them. And when men hear this, they kind of, it's really difficult because I know how much men, like, love their kids. And I'm not saying to not go to court, but I would just accept whatever the court gives you. Because you're going to spend all this time, all this money fighting for your kids just for to get custody. So we're you know, women always say men abandon kids. They don't. But what if they did? What if they said, hey, you made the choice to be a single mom. You know the family. You need to accept the consequences. Is that you want primary custody or not really at all? All I get is be involved in my health by primary custody. And I think that stood on that. There are more women that actually gave up custody.
RJ it is. Oh.
Texas.
This goes even deeper because the families enable aloneness. It's a lot of single mothers. The only reason they can be single mothers is because they have their families home with their children. And they're using families that tell their daughters, now, you are a single mom. Deal with it. I'm not going to help you fix your house. I'm not going to help you raise your kid. You made this choice. Deal with it.
Yes.
Deal with it. Mothers do it. And there's an entire social structure in place to help with the kids. And I think it's difficult for people who aren't looking because, you know, PTSD or trying to suffer. But it's kind of the same issue we have in society. It almost would be better if we just gave them all and then vote on all of that. So is it one power?
What side are you?
You want to be CEOs? Good luck. There you go.
I'm Texas A&M. I got the ball.
You know, start giving up the spotlight, power, issue that's really what I have to make right? Because Candace Owens,
Yoni, Texas.
this woman that
I
has
got
her
the ball.
you know, she is it's one thing to be for a woman and not that's kind of like the consequence, right? It's another thing to be for a woman like that and have children. Selfish, right?
He dropped it.
It's now they're going to be the ones that suffer when you're going through like bullshit, like lawsuits and stuff. You know, I think if you reach a certain level,
My name is
there's
not
no
Texas.
emotion in kids.
Curious me.
And that's just my opinion. If you get to a certain level, I think you form an engagement, and that's what we're seeing in society. But then,
Gosh. We're going to have to punt.
Stay-at-home husband or something.
Gosh. We're gonna have to punt.
Files for divorce after 19 years of marriage from abusive. And also, it seems like they are being most autistic child. So I basically just had my wits end and called it quits. He made this for years to get out. Not to mention, we had a whole bunch of marital debt that when I asked him to get please step up, he need work extra shifts. Get a side job. you help me as better so I can pay off credit cards, medical bills, cars, trucks, all the stuff that people get. People choose to not basically say that I worked hard my whole life, so I'm not going to step up anymore. You're the breadwinner, you make the money, you work. So, okay, so I think
What you really say? Did you guys battle it out before?
yeah, so we haven't done before. We had a date originally, but that was canceled by his counsel because they wanted to quote settle. But his idea of a settlement is my paying him an exorbitant amount of money. But,
Yeah. You continue on.
We stopped him!
What did you?
He doesn't get to decide.
Yeah, he
That's the
doesn't.
good news.
Yeah. So what's
my attorney said basically that's not going to work because I have sole custody of our child and we have split 70-30, so I have 70% of the time.
okay?
I've been paying the child's on my health insurance. I pay for everything. I arrange all his child care, his appointments, everything. His father is not helping.
Sure.
What does he make?
He makes nothing.
Even the net's not like.
We own a house that I finance fully money.
Damn.
Decided to sell it because I wanted to, from underneath the debt. And looked into it like,
Is this sold, Jamie?
yeah. So it's sold and I pay
How much you paying off this debt if it's going to be split eventually?
I mean, figured out what the split is and what's his debt versus yours and how it's going to shake out.
that's what we're waiting on. They want to make the grant for a judgment to pay this. But so far it's like...
Doodles. Woo! Come here, Titty. Come here.
I've had to take out
Say those totals again for us. You have
First down.
and student loans.
One said 20,000, another one said 35,000, and about 15,000
First
on credit
down.
card.
Okay. And remind me, what you said I can take this out. You said pay for it. What was the cost?
But
I consolidated everything. So, I took out the loan from myself because he refused to step up and help.
And this was just living above your means. Like this was all in the marriage, and it wasn't being specific. It's not like it was a small business. And one of those loans went to.
I would say that they're doing well over me. I'm totally comfortable living that way.
Sure.
Now that I filed for a divorce, he thinks that
No, you're fine. So you're how much do you make, Jamie, in the job?
170.
170. Okay.
And what's your rent right now? You said you're renting after you sold
got
the
it.
house. So you have plenty of margin. Once the dust settles and we know exactly how much debt's going to be yours, now we can formulate a plan as to how we're going to pay it off.
Okay.
That's what you might be
Doing this. California, but I have 3,000 paid. I use
It's manufacturing NetSuite allows me to translate and to optimize on a wealth of data. NetSuite is an ERP system that keeps up with the data the fastest.
You gotta go potty. Is that what's up? You rest.
Look, we should buy a much national customer just like 9 months. That's your great price. Instead, you do that.
I don't get a drink.
Originally down to 0, but now that's frequently for the attorney.
That's to stop the that free journey, which sounds amazing.
I would too.
But you're in the middle of a storm. We got to pay lawyer fees.
Yes.
And anything beyond that, will just stack up in a high-yield savings account. And once the dust settles, we're done. There's a divorce decree, judgment. We know exactly what's next. Then we can start pushing play on Jamie's new plan for her new chapter.
Yeah, Jamie, the $90,000 that you got out of the sale of your home, where did that all go to pay off debt?
Yeah, so it paid off.
His trust.
It paid off money that his mother gave him.
So you need to document all of this, Jamie, because these are his assets.
I would use that to negotiate $90,000 less that you're going to pay him.
What's up, guys?
All of that.
I want my dog back in.
Yeah, my attorney has everything going.
So Jamie, listen, your number one priority is to take care of you and
What's
your
up,
son
guys?
and get through this divorce, okay?
What's up,
The
guys?
debt journey it will happen for you. But you and
The cat's in here, too.
horrible marriage. Energy, even with your son. The nonsense, I mean, all that you have a lot of energy here. So you need to just
The cat's in here too.
Stacking up cash on the side that third thing because everything is just so chaotic. Do you understand?
They should make great profits with their shareholders and their investors into the PlayStation and Sony Interactive Entertainment brand. Frankly speaking, online PlayStation doesn't really have the best image right now. PlayStation makes a tweet every time PlayStation uploads a YouTube video or does a live stream. You see the notice giving people followers. Now, there is some questioning as far as how serious these people are. Is it just a local minority on things like the internet? Because it's very easy to say something and not really follow through with it. I don't know that we'll see this.
Kitty? You gotta go back out, cat?
This may change where there could be better things on the horizon.
Go on.
Unintended, because Horizon versus
Kitty.
state of despair right now. But they seem to step towards this. Of course, linked to the CFO of Sony Interactive Entertainment basically said we're going to see no negative impact on our business with this in front of shareholders. And that got a lot of people angry. But just
Hi, Doodles. 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 Come here, Doodles.
Hit that subscribe button. Be sure to check out all the links in the description box down below. You can buy it. You can sell it. Whatnot. I get free money. You'll get free money to spend on video games, toys, and comics. So, well, like I said, in many regions, PlayStation is starting to randomly send out emails to people talking about the end user license agreements or the EULA.
I thought that was backwards.
The user license agreements or the EULA. You know, that stuff when you boot up the game and it's like, hey, read these 30 pages of text
That was
before you get
backwards.
starting the game. The stuff that absolutely nobody reads, but obviously when it comes to PlayStation,
Worked out. What's he gonna do?
kind of on the even seats.
Woo-woo! Doodles! Doodles!
license agreements, which we will talk about as the video goes along, because many Sony companies are quick to point that out. But within this 50-page document, some very interesting things are said. Like I said, it's always been that case when it comes to PlayStation. This isn't exactly anything new, but the realization is...
Yeah, we're up 7-3.
PlayStation and how this can impact the future. So basically, something that's covered within this end-user license agreement is that if your account is closed or
We're at
banned for whatever
7-3.
reason, whether it's a legitimate ban or ban, gone forever, your games are gone, even the paid ones. It doesn't sound good. You know, what if you spent thousands and then thousands of dollars on your digital library, and now your account gets taken down for whatever reason, and the games are just gone? You know, refunds. There's no any sort of semblance as far as getting restitution from this. You would have to go through a court system in order to plead your case. Also found within these documents are the fact that PlayStation can...
Damn, Marcel Reed on the run, brother.
You know, that's what you know, the PlayStation servers are obviously very amazing, and there's never any problems with it. You know, PSN never goes down. PlayStation's never been hacked. I'm being facetious because they've been hacked a bunch of times. So yeah, this is also something that you are agreeing to with this.
Hello, good lord.
Something, and then, you know, share it with the server and other people can see it and stuff like that. PlayStation can actually sell and put ads on that clip if they use it or they decide that they want to use it, and you get no cut with that money. So that's really fair.
Man, that did not work out very well.
Something up. They have a cap of about $100. So the most they'll ever pay you back is $100 for anything, and that's kind of a bit concerning. But obviously, a lot of the laser focus has been on the digital games aspect when it comes to this email and the verbiage used within this. So we're going to take a look at an image here that showcases what is said in this email, and there's some fun stuff in here. So when you purchase or download a digital product from the PlayStations,
with the lateral!
Products for private use. Your license to use digital products is not transferable unless your local applicable laws say it must be. So, you know, unless the government steps in, you know, you're screwed. That means you can use a PlayStation or you can use a digital product in the way it's described in the license, but you do not own the digital product.
Take the ladder on.
Let me read that again. That means you can use a digital product in the way it's described in the license, but you do not own the digital product. You do not own what you bought. It's not yours. You're getting a digital...
And I got stuffed.
It's how you find the license terms during the purchase flow. Closed with a purchasing account, or if the purchasing account is suspended, you may lose access to and use of the digital product. So, you know, you delete your account for whatever reason, you lose some stuff like that. Associate account with that third party to use the digital product. The digital product may become linked to that third party account as well as the purchasing account. If you unlink the third-party account from your account, or if the third-party account is closed, suspended, or deleted, you may lose access to the digital product.
Knock that out.
But the thing that most people are focused on is the fact that you do not own the digital product. It's set right there, black and white, clear as crystal. You stole busy lifting drinks. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. I look really what I say. But that's
intercepted! And we're going the other direction!
A lot of people, you know, PlayStation don't.
The quarterback chases him down!
Saying things like, oh, well, this is the same for all companies. This is, if you read the EULA for Xbox, if you read it for Nintendo, it's very similar to what they're saying. And you are 100% correct. Get my little Howard Finkel voice going on there. Oh, There's a little difference between Xbox, Nintendo, and PlayStation right now.
Trying to save on individual
Hello.
customizes your car insurance.
Difference between Xbox, Nintendo, and PlayStation right now. And going forward in the future, as far as we know, they're still going to be making Xbox discs in January of 2028. Now, how many discs they're making, is it that's an argument for another day. But as far as we know, as it stands right now, August 23rd, Xbox is still going to be making discs as products for their games in January of 2028. Nintendo, we know that they're going to have cartridges available in January of 2028. Maybe not every game.
Touchdown, Texas A&M!
There's going to be something options with these things. Options. You are not restricted simply to a digital license. You have options when it comes to games and other games. You can buy them digitally or you can buy them physically. Now, people argue that, a lot of these terms and services can transfer over to physical games, and some of them can. But at least with a physical game, you still have more ownership rights than you do with a digital game. You still can't transfer a digital game to someone else, like you can lend a physical game to someone. You can't use your digital game, in some instances when there's no internet or something like that. You can in those cases with a physical game. There are definitely more restrictions with a digital game than a physical game as it stands right now. And obviously, with PlayStation eliminating the physical game aspect of things, these are your this is your light path. Let me make that clear to you. There are no options. There are no alternatives. There's nothing else. It is simply digital. And that's kind of my big holdup on this. I always think there should be, I don't understand why people are fine with less options. Like, that will always be. Do you only want one restaurant? Do you only want one gas station? Do you only want one power company? Do you only want one cable company, one internet company?
Halftime.
Is that what you want? You want one television station? You want one YouTube channel? Like, no, you want options. Because options... But here's something that I think a lot of people...
Halftime.
A lot of people are kind of forgetting with this digital stuff, and you don't own the digital product. This is something I thought about, actually, because when I make a video, I usually think about the topic I want to talk about, take my shower, take a morning shower every day, and then I start to think about things kind of outside the box. I have a general idea of what I'm going to say in my videos, no scripts or anything like that. If I can't talk about it off the cuff, then obviously I'm not well versed enough to talk about it to begin with. But sometimes I try and think of outside of the box things that I could bring into the video. And this is something I thought about. When you're talking about the competition aspect, all right,
let's see.
And let's say for whatever reason, they clearanced out a popular game for $10. You take that game to the register, you buy the game for $10, the physical edition of it. You go home, you play the game. Well, really, this is after the fact. Oh, that wasn't supposed to be a thing. Does PlayStation come to your front door and take that game away and give you a refund because you only paid $10? Does Walmart come to your front door and take that game away because you only paid $10? No. Obviously, they're not going to do that. But with the all-digital future, there have been times where games have gone on sale inadvertently. The game goes on sale, and they pull it, and then they realize that error in the ways that they stop the person from playing the game, and they refund the money. Now, we all even storefront
What a move.
buy our games, and we're not buying our games. We are owning, we don't own the digital product. We are getting a personal license to use that. They could do that at any point in time. That's not even talking about the fact that digital games can be removed for licensing issues or this, that, and the other, and then there's no pay for you. We see that all the time. That's kind of the whole premise of the Stop Killing Games movement. Is the fact that and then the servers go offline and they're just full. You can't play the game anymore. But if we're talking about no ownership with this, and they can do things like that at any point in time. At any point in time. But really, you know, like I said at the start of this video, this is applicable when it comes to video games. Because nobody really thinks
Incomplete.
nobody thinks that the bad things can happen when their favorite game gets pulled, you know, their account gets in trouble for, you know, fictitious reasons, and then their account goes away and they lose everything. Nobody thinks that this stuff can happen to them until it happens to them. And the fact that PlayStation...
Let's go. Marcel Reed.
Right during the PlayStation blackout, which is happening this week, no problem for me. I'm not plugging my PlayStation in until Silent Hill comes out. Like Metal Gear, I'm buying that on the Switch too. I'm locked and ready to go for that. But the fact that they're sending out this email now, and unless this was forced to them by PEGI regions, which, I mean, there's been no indication that that is the case. Like, they're almost just laughing in your face. Like, what are you gonna do about it? You gonna step up, little man? Huh? You gonna stop buying our shit? No, I don't think so. We got you by the balls now. Is it just a local minority on social media? Listen to that PlayStation. Like I said, you know, we're not going to find that out until I think we get to detail this, but just big fun. So, let me know, did you know this?
Doodles.
Your PlayStation product, are you privy to this? You know, like I said, a lot of people have been downplaying it and saying, oh, well, you know, it's the same with other companies. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Other companies still, Nintendo still has physical stuff. Xbox, to some degree, still has physical stuff. They're not the ones completely killing off the alternative options for consumers. Consumers should want more options. All because it doesn't affect you doesn't mean that it can affect you in the future.
Hi, I'm Sam.
I'm just a guy with a camera and a light shining on his face. Nice day.
Hi, Sam.
Anyone's got to let me know what you think of everything in the comment section down below. And as always, thank you for checking out this video. If you are indeed new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Like, I'm your filthy urine and drinking more. Is it dehydrated because you ate too much salt? Because you ate too much protein last night? Wrong. Kidney filters are being burned alive from the inside by oxidative stress. And every single day you ignore me, more of them die. How do you explain PlayStation blackout is?
We are up 21-3, guys. It's been our best performance so far today.
Solid million, I could say 5 million people choose to shut off their PlayStation 5s for an entire week. How much does that really fit? Hundreds of millions of people play a PlayStation. I think the current number is just like 120 million spending players in the PlayStation
We are up
ecosystem.
21
How much it
hyphen
really
3
is
guys.
a 1% dip. This isn't just about the sales. This isn't just about hurting them financially. It is about making a point.
Yep.
That PlayStation has messed up. That PlayStation is in a spot where, honestly, nothing for the PlayStation 6 is zero at this point. It does sound like the old digital future is being used upon us. A lot of people resisting. I'll consider right. PlayStation. Let me break down. I'm going to explain this because I do think that this movement to me is interesting and I'm happy to participate, even if it ends up not being the instant effect that a lot of us may be hoping. I'm Hunter of the Great Game. My name is Dreamcast Guy. If you'd like random off the top videos every single day, so be sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already. But let me start with this, right? So if you've been on any amount of PlayStation social media for the last, I don't know, month or so, the last 45 days, literally every single post is being completely reviewed about the new
Intercepted.
Wow. This digital future is
Touchdown.
it wasn't asked. It wasn't consensus. It wasn't something the players asked for. They're just saying,
you don't care about discs. You have already been buying digital games, so now you do not need
He quit.
games.
We get a win.
And honestly, right now there are a lot of
A dominating win.
PlayStation Plus. I don't want this crappy digital future because ownership
Cancel.
actually matters.
He quit.
There's a lot of people that are being,
We
let's say,
got a win.
extra spicy about PlayStation. Not only have I seen a
Here
lot of
comes
people
Texas State.
just going to Steam or going to Nintendo Switch 2. There is also more drastic moves being made. Obviously, this week there were the GTA 6 where people actually wrote the Rockstar games and still a bunch of top secret Grand Theft Auto 6 gameplay.
Here comes
If you
Texas
actually look at their
State.
list of demands, it's specifically because of Sony. They're saying, we're going to disrupt the motivations and release these public statements until an apology with a concrete commitment to fix this is just done. No private negotiations, no quiet settlements. The public sees it or the leaks do not stop. Sony is creating a super villain group. Now, let me just sort of explain the rules of the PlayStation blackout. And it's going from August 23rd.
Hello.
Upload this video all the way to August 3rd. Now, in the grand scheme of things, 7 days, not a huge thing. To me, this isn't about the, like, public details. This isn't about seeing, like, a player drop. It's more about Sony clearly is obsessed with their investments. They're obsessed with making sure that numbers stay as high as possible. They are going to see it on the back end. Sony wants to evade kids. Let's give them a small taste of their wins. Together, we ask for 1 week PlayStation blackout in August. No logins, no PlayStations, no purchases on any of Sony's platforms. For several years now, Sony Interactive Entertainment continued to grow further apart from its database, whether it's closing 11 studios in Bluepoint, pursuing misguided live service strategies, canceling data bits, letting PlayStation VR 2 to die, or being completely out of touch with the franchise that players want to see return. PlayStation has never
It's the Cougars versus the Bobcats.
So here's the pitch. From 7 p.m. local time to 7 p.m. local time, August 23rd to August 30th, players can participate by turning off their PlayStation console or even logging out completely for 7 days. Now, why this time here? Honestly, I think it is the fact that we're leading up to the biggest September ever. September is going to be jam-packed with tons and tons of crazy games. I think the point is basically to show, hey, how much we miss the old school PlayStation. Studio Japan, Twisted Metal, being sent out the dice, SOCOM, Cycle, for Resistance, all these games that died. I think the way people kind of wish those were the times.
I fumbled.
They're the dominant platform. It's that we miss when PlayStation cared about the games as much as the games they used to really share in this excitement. They used to call it the PlayStation Victory Lap because they really did seem to come out and say, hey, here's what's up, here's why we're excited, here's why you should be thrilled. You've already gone on PlayStation. And now they just really don't seem to care, even when they're getting a ridiculous amount of vocal backlash. So, a couple days ago, there was a Sony State of Play called Phantom Blade Zero. Honestly, I watched it. It was extremely cool. Phantom Blade Zero looks fantastic, but this is a PlayStation console exclusive. It's on Steam. The only console is going to be on this Phantom Blade Zero. The entire chip was literally nothing but this. The entire chat was like, no disc, no mod, no disc, no mod, no disc, no mod. And I think this is a crucial sign. The movement is not dying out. I have seen some people trying to claim, oh, you know, the no distant live movement, it's not that big. All these people are losing interest. This is just a tiny minority of Twitter users. I leave this aside right now. No disc, no live is the mainstream movement. This is what people care about because it is about the option. It's not necessarily, hey, I need a disc in order to even play a console. It's that I hate that they're taking the option away. Now, they've been leading into this suddenly for the last year and a half. They've been purposely printing last discs and even third-party stuff. Can be something like Expedition 33, extremely rare physically just because PlayStation didn't print that many discs. Same with stuff like pretty much everything Resident Evil, the top-selling games of the year on PlayStation. The physical, very ridiculously rare, despite the fact that you can buy it very easily on
PlayStation, you can buy it really easily on Xbox or Nintendo Switch too. It is a very fun PlayStation. I also just don't like the fact that a lot of like PlayStation executives, even ex-PlayStation executives, seem to think this just isn't a big deal. Shuhei Yoshida is awesome. I think he's very much considered to be pretty much the bastions of the last good era of PlayStation, and he came out just saying that really this isn't that big of a deal. Anyone who chooses to purchase a vintage version will still need to download patches, DLC, or updates personally. I'm a totally digital consumer. I don't want to manage discs or swap discs. I don't like this because it minimizes the ownership aspect of it. Right now, if you want to do a digital refund, it's a real thing. If you want to trade a game to a friend, you need a physical disc. This isn't just about, hey, the entire game does require an install. I just really like to have a game. I like the idea of buy a game with my friend, wrap it up, and give it to him in a wrapping gears bag or something like that. Or there is an importance to be able to have stuff on my shelf that is just completely disregarded in this current era of PlayStation. Since enjoy ownership, where I could give to my games, where I could do more than just like send you a download code. I do want some ability to actually own stuff.
We stopped them.
Steam refunds are extremely fast, they're extremely effective, they're extremely generous. Steam does have a sense of ownership. You can even download an EXE, so if you're trying to move stuff from one computer to another, if the other computer doesn't have online, you can just set up and play stuff, even if it isn't potentially connected to the internet. I think that's part of my frustration is that Sony continues to just bring stuff out. New Infamous games, crazy standalone DLCs, here's Uncharted games back to back, just all sorts of stuff, right? And now, they release pretty much nothing. I saw this right here. Nintendo releases pretty much a game per month on the Nintendo Switch 2, and has more exclusives than the PS5 already in just their first year. Remasters and new games, 3D Mario Team would be working on the bigger Twilight Shield. This is the thing, right? There is just more things to play on Nintendo. There's more stuff to play on Steam. PlayStation used to be great because of the exclusives. The fact you really could say, yeah, I own this platform because of the stories. But now, when are they coming out, right? I mean, I really like God of War Ragnarok. I'm like just waiting for God of War The Fae. What's the game after that? Another 5 years to hopefully give me like the God of War trilogy remake. Everything just feels way too slow. Way too underhyped and way too underutilized. This is the reason I support them. This is the reason I 100% support even the concept of
The bot cars.
This is what they do.
Yes.
They talk to investors.
The
Really
bot
care about
cats.
investors. When they talk about
Damn it!
changes, they announce it to their investors and not their audience. This is the Sony that exists now. This is the Sony that only plots in. It is for those
Damn it.
current players, those sales agents. I do think that everybody who's shoes for anything, even for a week, even for a month, to play less PlayStation, they will see those lower engagement.
Causing
They will
chaos.
understand that people are very
Brandon.
simply pissed about being
Gentlemen.
screwed. And I do think that actually matters, right? What are you thinking about this? There's still going to be a ridiculous amount of digital sales. I don't think this boycott's going to suddenly end digital sales. I mean, already GTA 6 has made like $500 million, and 77% of that is on PlayStation 5. So I'm not here trying to cope and see and thinking that one boycott's going to suddenly bring back all physical games. It's that I want some sort of ownership. Nothing else, and just vaguely promised by PlayStation. PlayStation Blackout is a little virtue signaling. I'm not sure how effective it'll be, but I'm doing it. This PlayStation is unplugged. It's got dust on it. It's not getting plugged in to the boycott zone. It'll make a difference, but I'd rather do something rather than not having a little bit of false hope. Sometimes it's good for the industry. But how do you feel about PlayStation? How do you feel about the state of Sony in general? And what's a game you wish would absolutely get back? And tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. If you could, please give this video a like, subscribe. If you haven't
It
already,
didn't
hit the
let me
link.
send my messages earlier.
Oh, sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, click this link to see what I put up last, or, subscribe.
Oh, sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
Utopia, only on Nintendo Switch 2. To be fucking better, so you should hold here.
It's gonna be 4th and inches.
Especially around the brand itself, the feeling online, just in general, when PlayStation's being discussed. A lot of it seems to have to do with, yes, the generation of PS5. I've seen some crazy comments come up, but, I've thought more and more about this, and after the recent news broke around Horizon Hunter's Gathering, it once again linked into place about PS5 and how some are looking at it as a
PS5.
lost generation at this point, which is weird.
We stopped them.
I would say it's a successful generation, but you can have a very successful system. Someone that's not necessarily. And that's what we're talking about here today. So guys, go to the video, hit the like button, subscribe, introduce something.
We stopped him.
By the way, in 2025, 5 years later, PS5 is in the best place ever been, but after 8 years covering PlayStation, never seen a console generation like it. And that's Polygon, the lost generation. The Game Informer, the PS5 and Xbox Series X generation has been a race to the bottom. Some of these are pretty harsh.
In the summertime.
With the PlayStation and why people aren't looking at this. So when the PS6 gets brought up, people go, it feels like the generation hasn't even started, which is crazy because we are out the year 6. This is out November 2020, November 2026, right around the corner. But the generation hasn't even started yet with these 6 years, which
It's gonna be 4th and inches.
we should be talking about the next system. And think back to think about the PS3 to the PS4. Around 2012, people were like, man, I hope that next system is coming out soon. Because these systems they're struggling a bit. They're being pushed to their limits. I think it's kind of time to see what the PS4, the Xbox 720 can do, but it's not really.
Got it.
Hold on to the PS6. We're good with the game. Let's get through the systems that everybody have because, well, for one, it's going to be an expensive next generation system, and I'm sure many people are spend $1,000 for the Vita 6 or $1,200, $1,300 for the Xbox Helix system. I think again it's just going to be more of a wait and see for people who have a PS5 or have an Xbox Series and are mostly intent.
That play sucks.
Generation mentioned Horizon Hunter's Gathering came up, and that is a crucial part because it once.
Oh, that's a fucking shitty ass fucking throw, man.
Hello, I'm Zach.
Hello, Zach. Hello, Zach.
Some things work out. I mean, think of obviously the players too. And that's gone well for them. I mean, it really has. Airblade is even to the point where they're looking to self-publish the next title, which means most likely
It's a
they'll be
fucking
looking to release it on as
shitty
many platforms as possible.
Yeah.
And
That's the worst throw I've had all day.
Yes, PC specific title. Although I'm curious where they go with it exactly because Stage 5 has become the default system. And while they can put it on Xbox, I mean, who knows when the next system, the game comes out, the next systems. At that point, then you're just putting it on PC anyway.
That's the worst throw I had all day.
Bridge the gap out, maybe they look into the Switch 2 first. We'll see there. But, I think about the live service push, and I think about dollars in the cost of money. I think about the opportunity cost that Sony has really. So, I think about the top tier studios within Sony, and just like off the top of my head, for original games, not Marvel licensed games. That's Insomniac's big thing right now. But putting that to the side, original games that have been created by studios that typically show up, and I would say release games that help to define that generation. That's a big thing that's never right. The first time you see from what become Norse creative God of War 2018, Kratos walk out from the cave, and it's like, oh, that reaction ain't great. It's crazy. It's right. It was a massive deal. So you think of Santa Monica Studios, and you're like, oh, what have they been up to? Well, they made God of War Ragnarok. That is also a PS5.
Zion Williamson.
Okay, well, it's not really just, a PS5 game. Okay, so that's kind of leading into last generation. And now they're doing God of War Love, which will be their first PS5 specific game in 2027. So yeah, more than 6 years into the generation.
Zion Williamson.
Okay, then you look at the other, and that's been an interesting one. So Naughty Dog should be showing up, I assume, next generation or next year with their first next generation game with the PS5 for Intergalactic, and that's just kind of what the word has been. I don't know if it's necessarily locked in stone like it seems like Buffet is right now. So this whole time, Naughty Dog had been working on Last Exo Online that got shelved, and that set them back. It seems like to where it was almost done. There was discussion around how it would have been they were going to be doing most of Last Exo Online before it. Naughty Dog was like, oh, maybe we should have thought of that before we did all the development for this thing.
It's still going to be true. A free game that's fun, easy to play, has a ton of team building. This thing.
Comes Intergalactic at some point, Naughty Dog being mostly absent outside of some of the remasters and the remakes that they did, which was already weird enough to see the Last of Us Part 1 get the remake and the remaster of Last of Us Part 2. Okay, so then we go to Queen. That's the one that was most recently in the headlines because of Horizon Hunter's Gathering, which apparently is going through it because of the live service push. Seemed to touch like every studio all at once within Sony, just coincidentally apparently. Okay. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure on the studios to pitch live service projects because they were just getting greenlit all over the place. So, Horizon Hunter's Gathering seems to go back 6 years, maybe more, when they were working on this thing. And they had ramped up development somewhat recently in the last few years. And it seemed like they were playtests. They had most of the mechanics figured out. And I guess they were just having to work with the feedback was not where they wanted it. So now they are looking to reevaluate and live service elements, shrink it down a bit in terms of scope, and then release it as more of a salvage project. That's what it kind of feels like now. And unfortunately, because their focus has mostly been on
Damn it.
Gathering, Fortnite King game, Horizon 3 is very far off to the point where I would expect it to be a PlayStation 6 game, which means they would then blend the PS5 and the PS6. You understand what I'm saying, right? So they released Horizon for Midwest, PS4 game, PS5 game, and then their next big release, maybe Hunter's Gathering comes out. We'll see. But Horizon 3 is the one that Sports Borders. Well, I did a reaction to the game right after. Well, the game wasn't even over, and I made a video about Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson getting the shit moved out of him in Cleveland. Now, there's a lot of alright, well, a lot of different reasons. But should he get on personally? I mean, the fact that he doesn't understand how stupid he looks like is kind of it's kind of wild. And then you pour on top of that the fact that you got a $230 million fully guaranteed contract and your stats with the Cleveland Browns. If you don't understand that a fan base is maybe this is a misconception. You're not getting booed because of Shedeur Sanders. You're getting booed because you suck. And you got a thick, healthy layer of scumbag on top of it. That's why you get booed. You $250 million. You in 3 years. You in 10. 61% completion percentage. You go for 3,365 yards, 19 touchdowns, 12 picks.
Damn.
That's why you're getting the shit. You've been and you can't stay healthy.
Hello. Dan.
What happened to I don't care if the fans boo? You just came out a couple of days ago acting all broken. But man, today, you're all up in your feelings. Playing the victim. I gotta tell you, I don't know how the Cleveland Browns let this dude see the field now. Ever again. And if I am now, you're getting cut today. I am watching my hands, my franchise of
He
you.
swears.
Something that probably should have been done last year. This is the difference between a competent franchise and an incompetent franchise. Look at where the Broncos are right now. Sean Payton said,
Touchdown! Right as time expires for the half.
You did it and didn't think twice about it.
Touchdown.
The next thing is, I think you guys know too. The whole has nothing to do about performance. It's a disrespectful way. So, yeah, keep that around. Be honest with me. It's our way. But that, yes.
But don't you think just showing that?
And a 2-point play.
That's it. It's a chair. So, is that have to do with? That doesn't have to do with when a person gets, especially when they see, and they check.
Evidently.
I don't regret anything in my life. That's why I'm working.
Situations for a reason, so.
That is a lack of self-awareness on another level.
I thought it was going to be, but yeah, it's just what it was. And sometimes it takes his turn. And they should have become a child. You know, wait for that time to change. So,
Hello, I'm Sam.
Eventually.
Hello, Sam.
This morning. It's time for the Browns and Deshaun Watson to go their
Hello,
separate
Sam.
ways. It's over. It's over. Watson won't say that it's not Cleveland in the first place. Watson made the objectively ridiculous claim that he doesn't regret anything. In other words, he's willing to count the days until we get out of Cleveland for good. It's Browns the same thing. How can the Browns play him this year, especially at home? And whether he can put the cheering when he was injured and booing when he was healthy behind him? Watson said bluntly, I don't know. It's the only time I feel that the energy is when I'm in the stadium or I'm on social media, like I mentioned before. When I'm in public, no one's mentioning anything. So I think that's the only time that people are holding it in and it's trying to disrupt energy. Because on social media, players can't respond back. And in the stadium, players can't respond back. So I get it. I understand it is what it is. I don't know. It's a mental battle every day. I feel like you get more love on road games than I do at home games. So if it is my spot and Coach Plunkett does maybe the starter, maybe it's 17 games away then. I don't know. I mean, he's literally saying, I can't wait to get out. Again, I would be willing to bet the feeling's mutual. In fact, I know it is. Browns fans want you going. And it's got nothing to do with Shadu. They wanted you going 2 years ago. It's hard. This is what you don't understand. Performance does have something to do with that. Yeah, it does. And your actions are has a lot to do with it. Probably he should first hit him. He should be on top of it. Jimmy, if Baker went to jail, well, he had to be 6 in your last. He was in the MVP talk for the first half.
But a ridiculous underhand throw. Sam, what do you think about that?
There's one thing to like carry yourself with some urgency and some conviction and some confidence, and then there's some lack of self-awareness. Being a total turd. Having any self-awareness. I don't regret anything in my life. Something I want to bring up here. As part of his agreement from his suspension, and I wonder if Deshaun realizes this, and I wonder if Roger Goodell is going to realize this. As part of his punishment, regret is part of that agreement. It is. He was showing just that all of it is part of that agreement. And if what happens soon, I don't regret anything.
Hello.
He realizes that if the NFL wanted to apply the specifics of that punishment agreement, they can come back and suspend him for him saying that right there. It's in the agreement. We looked at it. We covered that story. I broke the news of that agreement, and then we talked about it in multiple videos afterwards. The name agreement is showing the appropriate amount of regret, being sorry for your actions. That's all part of that agreement. By the way. And you're saying in public, you don't regret anything.
Do we play?
Do we play?
They'll come back and suspend you for those words. You wanted to. It was up to the NFL to decide. We're showing. It was up to the NFL to decide whether or not you were showing enough regret, being sorry, holding yourself to being a good citizen.
Every morning, 15 minutes of calisthenics to wake the body and sharpen the mind. My dad started the calisthenics. Style. Anytime. Forget about expense.
2nd and 9 coming up. We're in the fourth quarter. Defense trying to hold on.
Personalized calisthenics.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another video here on the channel. And today we are going to be doing an update on the GTA 6 league situation. Now, it's been a few days since I did any sort of update, and in that time there have been some pretty interesting developments. Obviously, just right after I made my last video, there was a little bit of concern because the website that the leaguer had been redirecting everyone to had went off, the domain went down, but it appears that
Hello.
releasing even more footage
footage of Grand Theft Auto 6. Now, in this new footage that we're going to be discussing here, it is definitely giving us some hints as to what is coming in GTA 6. Now, some pretty good information that we can get and some to see a few comments on my coverage of this. So
Are people asking why I'm not showing
Grand
footage
Theft
or
Auto
showing any
6.
sort of like details, like screenshots or anything like that? And it is because Rockstar Games is a international company with probably hundreds, if not thousands, of lawyers on retainer. They're really going batshit insane trying to combat all of this. Not only are they just straight up copyright claiming and shutting down people's accounts who are posting footage of it over on Twitter, but they have apparently subpoenaed Microsoft, Discord, and some others into giving information on dozens of accounts, including YouTubers.
Third inches.
I'm not trying to do the Rockstar guns come kicking at my door and kill me in my office or something. So I'm not going to be showing any footage. We're just going to describe it and talk about the entire situation here. If you want to see the footage outright, go to Twitter. You will be able to find it easily. But the two new leaked pieces of footage of GTA 6 that have come out in the last, 12 hours or so that everyone is talking about is definitely pretty intriguing. Now, the first one I want to talk about is called Gas. Now, this basically just shows the leaker presumably playing as Jason once again. He goes to a gas station and there's like a real-time real event where there's this like lunatic over here filling up the back of his truck bed with gasoline, and you can actually steal this truck from the guy as the player does in the clip. He then backs over the guy that he killed, and in that moment we see what appears to be the guy's leg disassembled essentially from his fucking body. So at least from that clip, it does look like some of the higher gore effects and stuff from Red Dead Redemption 2 have kind of made their way to GTA 6.
Dissect.
People's arms up for shotguns and shit like that, so it appears at least from this gameplay clip that will be the case in GTA 6. Now, he then goes and drives this gasoline-filled truck into another vehicle in traffic and it explodes. And from here we see the wasted screen for the first time in GTA 6. Now, there was also a second gameplay clip that just really kind of leaked in about last 30 minutes right when I started recording today's video it leaked. And this is another video of the player flying the crop duster. This time it is at night over Vice City. We get a pretty good up-close look at the airport in the city, and we can see the building details and the nightlife. We get some more shots of the radio menu and whatnot. So we are progressively...
Alright, 4th and 19. What's he gonna do?
In front of us in different ways. We've seen
Go forward and try to kick it.
A pretty decent one, I would say, at instant clips. I think there are now 10 different leaked clips that are circulating, and I gotta say, it's pretty apparent from...
He's gonna go for it. The kicker's within range, but he's gonna go for it anyway. I don't know about this.
Jason playing basketball. Visibly unpolished, undone. Supposedly these were from builds of the game that were 3 years old. But as these leaks have continued,
He did not get it.
Here's that is the main person behind all of this. It appears that they either multiple builds of the game, or they were somehow able to manipulate which build or version of the game the file was running. I don't really know the technicality of it, but you can clearly see from video to video the differences in the game. I mean, the earlier clips that leaked showed what appeared to be a fucking super alpha build, and then in these newer clips that came out today, I mean, the game looks pretty goddamn good. The graphics are very clearly heavily polished. The itself looks very lived in. There's random interactions with characters given in the video footage. There were some visual glitches, so it's not a finished build of the game. There's obviously some work to be done if that is a recent build.
Here we go, 3rd down.
Video clips that are clearly showing what appear to be newer builds or newer versions of the game. The game has pretty radically transformed visually. I mean, that night clip of the dude flying in the plane, the lights, the way the buildings look, I mean, the city is just fucking insane. The scale of the city is quite impressive, just from what you can see. And of course, you got volumetric clouds, and these light sources look way better. The traffic density looks way fuller.
I try to run up in the pocket and get the first down.
It's
it is a visual upgrade from GTA 5. I've seen a lot of people say, oh, it looks like GTA 5 with mods. I think it looks pretty damn good. Now, it's still not even a finished version of the game. I don't know how old these builds are. People are speculating that the newer build clips are from like maybe 2025, early 2025-ish, which if that's true, I mean, they've had another, year and a half now to work on the game since these clips that we're seeing. But like I said, it looks pretty impressive for where it was at that point in time. And I can only imagine that it only is going to I think that is pretty intriguing that people have been worried about is like the progression of the...
I wish I handled that last set of downs differently, but we're going to rely on our defense once again.
The person who has access to GTA 6 leaking this stuff is like we weren't stuck in the build at a location of the story, so a lot of people are worried that the leaker will start to actually spoil the story for people, maybe even spoil something that did come up in the gameplay clips today after the death of Jason in the Wasted Screen. It says after he respawns, return to Lucia at the bottom, which indicates that it's like a mission going on or something, but it also indicates that the hacker might be progressing slightly further the story, which if that's the case, man, that really may not be a good thing. Now, we've seen all these different gameplay clips leak already, and outside of the 5-second cutscene about the VP and kind of looking for the Rockstar, all of these leaks have just been free roam, just out in and just showcasing what the world looks like, what's going on in the world. There hasn't really been any major story leaks, any cutscenes, anything like that. So we don't know for certain what kind of build that the leaker has, whether or not they have
What the fuck?
to progress moving forward in the story. But is the build or the builds even possibly that the hacker has access to has any sort of storyline stuff in it, then there is a possibility that this shit could just be leaked online, which would be crazy. Now, during all of this stuff leaking and us constantly getting these new clips and whatnot, we have kind of gotten at least a little bit of an idea as to what Rockstar's is.
This thing is almost special.
I mean,
Do we play?
I still message back with him, but I just missed it, that's all.
I can catch every game, every Sunday, all new users can get NFL Sunday tickets for 8 payments of $30 a month.
We got GTA 6 before GTA 6. I had to go ahead and get that way because the Grand Theft Auto 6 leaks are dominating the internet right now. It's the most talked about thing I have seen in a long time. And everyone is speculating, what does this mean? What does this mean for Rockstar? What does this mean for the release? I have a really clear theory about all of this. But first,
Alright, 4th down for him. This is it.
GTA 6.
That's wild that what happened at the end of the half might have determined the entire freaking game.
Speculating on it, and there's been a lot of animosity towards Rockstar with how they've handled all of this. Whether that's justified or not is irrelevant. It's there, and it's widely an internet thing, but it is out there. And because of that, people are starved for information. They want to know what's going on. They want to see what this game is all
Oh my god, how did he do that? I was on him like stink on shit. He somehow was able to catch it and reach out for the first. That's it now. He's done. He's done. We're going to get the dub, guys.
Types of information about this game, and it has right here. The Cyber League GTA 6 drama is the most watched thing in gaming right now. That is true, and it's not even close. Several X accounts are popping up. They're either trying to troll or pretend to be Cyber League. People are falling for it. We've had websites writing articles around trolling accounts of Cyber Leagues and then claiming to redact and apologize. I'm going to show you that. Look, we got an account claiming...
Hello. All scoring was done in the second quarter in this game. 8-7.
It's absolutely
A defensive battle. Came down to last second touchdown before the half. followed by a 2-point conversion. It turned out to be the last scoring of the game.
They've shown the entire film, even consistently, goes up to 6 scores.
Football.
So, places that actually represent treat people. However, Wilder is one. So, they create a system that creates like a list of demands when they want a single player without a paywall. So, it's this. So honestly, Rockstar, just skip the marketing. Just drop it today. The hackers are already doing a better job than you are. But the real question is, do you support the Lakers?
First of all, I do think some of those points he made have been developed.
Texas Tech.
What are you cooking? RJ.
Right now.
Do you smell what RJ's cooking?
Texas Tech.
That's more so saying GTA has released GTA 6.
I'm going to continue to start building the narrative as to what is actually going on before I get to my thoughts about all of this. This is Legacy Killa, great YouTube channel, and he kind of recaps some of the tweets and some of the reaction right now, the things that people are saying. Let's play this really quick. I will link to this video over on his channel.
I think some people expected something where it doesn't appear to be that in the lines. As you can see, these are just some of the viral posts that have been going on social media. The new GTA 6 leak looks more and more underwhelming. Graphically, it looks exactly the same as the old one. Doesn't look like the marketing materials they've released so far. It looks dull, pretty buggy. It does need to be mentioned that a lot of this footage, because of, I guess it was captured with HDR, it looks washed on Twitter. I think a lot of people don't know. Some of the years of old build and not the final product. It isn't easy, but I just don't think it's going to be drastically different. Another individual saying Night City of Cyberpunk will always have more swag than any GTA because it was actually artistically inspired instead of realism slop. I feel like that word slop has been lost, the meaning of it. Just
I do agree with that. The word slop is the most overused word on the entire internet. And it feels like people that say it, they act like they're the first person that's ever used the word slop, but that's neither here nor there. I agree with this. Night City is incredible. What's interesting is that Cyberpunk was such a disastrous release, and now it's being used. To go with GTA 6. I do Night City has a personality. I love Night City. I love how it feels and how it looks. So I do agree with that.
There's no less than more than everything. Speaks across 2022 leaks for some reason, saying these leaks is doing that so restricted. So it's a life-altering thing. It's when there was ever worth 12 years of dev time. It's just another bog standard GTA with mildly better graphics and a smaller head.
And see, and I guess this is where we start to build up where my position on this comes from. The idea that
Hi, I'm Sam.
Bob. Hi, I'm Bert, a small business insurance expert.
Hi, Sam.
Sequence.
Hi, Sam.
I made a video a long time ago. Describing something like people is ready. Now I've been looking lately and trying to pay attention lately. And it's really, really sad how many people I see that specifically before just in the dark. It's emptiness. There is black. There is positivity, and there is an anger and a bitterness towards positivity that I see. It's really discouraging. And I'm somebody that, when I talk to people in private, I always try to be positive, right? I tell you guys,
Zach.
the steps that need to be taken for you to specific life, try to be relatively positive, especially when I'm talking to people in person. That's why I'm going to open the phone directly. But there is this just complete absence of faith and this absence of hope. And a lot of people I'm finding, I just don't know. I don't know what to say to try to lift them up sometimes.
And I struggle with like giving up on people. And I know full well, I've been around the block. I've been around addiction. I've seen a lot. And I know that some people cannot be saved anymore because they do not want to be saved. But I really struggle with giving up on people because I find a lot of satisfaction in being a part of people. I always have felt that way. It feels good to help people. It feels good to see that progress with your own eyes. But I'm starting to realize one of the scariest things about the time we find ourselves in is that a lot of guys, at least that I see, they are in love with giving up. They don't want. And I try to read this idea that men as well are being propagandized for different. But I try to talk about how a lot of guys out here in their heart of hearts,
I miss
like
Justin
they are not good
Studios.
enough. Like any of the women that say they don't have what it takes to manage their schedules. They're not going to be healthy as men. They're not like you guys. Some of you are extremely defeated when you couldn't be. This is why we come.
We're down 7-0.
In a way that makes you guys realize that this isn't the biggest problem with our relationship toxicity. It's just the outlook of the world that the first school.
We're down
When they see
7-0.
themselves, when they see others, there has been a lot of effort towards trying to make men, especially, feel really bad about themselves. And nobody talks about that. People talk about women being beaten down with these beauty standards, but that's a lie. It's actually not the truth. There are very few women who think that they are so terrible, that they don't deserve love, they don't deserve romance, they don't deserve attention. People say stuff like that, but that's just like a cheap, lazy attempt at being like a sympathy. They want to get a cheap sympathy and attention. Or validation, right? I'm so ugly. No, you're not. You're the most beautiful girl. They'll use those lazy lines to try to get some sympathy because it's just like cheap satisfaction. And in their heart of hearts, they don't feel that way. Women have been made to believe that they and I love women. I'm not just interested in beating them down, but they do need a reality check. And there's why there's so much bitterness and toxicity with romantic relationships, friendships, and even just like men and women around each other now. It's because propaganda and stuff that we've been seeing for so long. I'm being brainwashed into thinking they are like better than everyone. I see people all the time of people that are even totally respecting people in this space, but are not even people. And they'll say things like the problem is women don't want to date average men. They don't want to have kids with average men, but they have this conversation as if all these men are just like average. Like you're saying that in a tone of voice that makes it sound like these guys aren't for me. And it's like no.
Hi,
The
I'm
problem is
Sam.
we have a society full of women who see men who are actually above them as non-men. Like we have a society full of women who think that we look at average guys who are not good looking at average. The problem is women's minds have been and men's have too because it's garbage like that. I tell you guys all the time.
Fuck.
We receive this intelligence into you better make $5 million a year.
Fuck.
6'5", you better be Jack. It's like, dude, you guys really overplay that stuff. So I tell you all the time, I mean, some get paid jokes, I'm short, I'm not rich. I've never been any women. That doesn't mean I get everything. No, of course not. I've been shot down more than any of you. I get out there and cold approach and I say things I want to say. I've had my share. I still do. I had a girl wake me up at 3 in the morning. Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds of everything.
Which spell starts?
they were not the owner. She was drunk. Single mom, too. Mom's pregnant. Even the girl, a single mom, and she's pregnant, so I did not take her up on the offer. I'm just saying, the big problem here is most of it is mindset. And when you try to encourage men, I've noticed, it gets really frustrating. It's not going to deter me, because they still want to try to encourage men to keep their head up. It's all about, like, the power of one, like, see one guy at a time, just see one guy. And you get so many problems from people that are just like, stop trying to tell men better. This system isn't doing. Like, bro, I get all of your issues with
Brandon.
the system. But it's like, bro, you're
Brandon.
the greatest system. It doesn't mean it's perfect. No, there's plenty of flaws. I could probably name as many, if not more flaws than you guys are complaints that I have. But let's be real. Everybody else. You guys are better than everybody else. We live in a country where the poorest people have the least control, bro. The poorest people that contribute absolutely jack shit.
Then 71,287.
Most people, in my opinion, I'm in Seattle, most people don't contribute jack shit. They never have. They don't. All of these projects, all of these fundamental schools, none of these people contribute a single thing. They never have. And it's complete. Talk about the system. You are the problem supposed to be in your own lives. There's this inability now to wake men up. Now, I see another good chance of trying to call it the news or just the gutter. And you try to tell guys, get off your ass, try to learn skill, try to surround yourself with
Sack.
toxicity that's mentally dragging you down, which is physically affecting you, encouraging the bad behavior.
Exitman 18.
The champs are trying to tell you better. And I'm at a point now where I know that there's games you have to play to, like, get more impressions. But I'm really struggling with...
I'm hungry now.
I'm really struggling with inspiration as far as I make videos. Because I know the game you have to play the algorithm to push the hell out of your video. But I also feel like it's more important. Why not just wake me up? Because a lot of men today are using it in many ways because they are also brainwashed into thinking they are good, and there's no thinking to be good enough. And we can go down the rabbit hole of dating or all that crap. But at the end of the day, guys need to really look in the mirror and ask themselves some serious questions. That's why I'm trying to normalize the conversations around what really is how many months being dating. Why in the hell do you think you have to be a multi-millionaire before you can ever ask on a simple coffee date? This nonsense has been getting spewed forever now. It just propagandizes people. You got guys out there that are like not even willing to be seen because they are just down in the earth.
Hello.
Georgia Bulldogs.
Terrible.
Well, we're Texas Tech.
Circumstances, there's nothing they can do to ever be happy. And the thing is, they're claiming to want this toxic garbage too. I'm
Texas Tech.
The best thing any of us can do is just live like a regular animal in life. Just detach from these stupid ass smartphones. Detach from social media platforms, especially the shit garbage. Because short content is literally it's poison. The algorithm is toxicity, it rewards degeneracy, it normalizes pornography when you're making serial crap. You got younger and younger people seeing this, younger and younger people being desensitized to this. And then you get so much backlash. You try to tell them to wake up to it. You try to remind them that, bro, you ain't that bad. You got some work to do. You know, yeah, you need to hit the gym a little bit.
probably have some better spending habits, and you just get this defeatist mindset over and over and
Football.
over. And it doesn't bother me. I'm going to keep talking my shit no matter what. This is my channel. The people that rock with me are always going to be there. I got a lot of people that don't like my takes on certain things. They're still like, hey, run along with me. I see it different. Here's why I disagree. And they'll show me stuff that's presented in a respectful way. And all the time, I'm like, no, I swear, yeah, you're right, actually, that does make sense. Sometimes I'm like, no, I just don't see it that way because of this sad life experience. At the end of the day, I've got a very loyal base of people that are incredible, that have always followed me, they still do. And you always get your haters too, but it doesn't bother me. I'm not going to hater, but listen to my channel. I'm not interested in trying to tear other guys down. I never get into that. I try my best not to. I'm not trying to.
No!
I'm trying to give it pro wrestling drama. I tell people all the time, if you really got a problem with someone, you handle it in person. If you can't handle it in person, then there's no sense in even talking about it on the internet.
Brought to you by Together, my daily marriage.
How do I build my confidence and financial stability after being a victim of domestic violence?
Yo, what is it?
Yeah. I was dating a like for one, but but she was having something. She told me that she was living with a different eventually I know more that she had more and two of the court cases where
He quit! He quit! We won!
all the rest of those in my house. And yeah, and so for months, like she would spiral, sometimes she'll sit there and get through things, and she would try dating herself and anyway, it was intense and prior to I was military prior to being military.
Holy Toledo! Toledo is up.
Kind of, let her in, help her, but during that time, it got bad, and I went to my command and let them know immediately that it seemed like they done with me. And my supervisor backed me up and knew my character, so that helped, but then I felt like I was on my own, so when it came down to it, I felt like, hey, I let this person in my house. I'm the one that let my boundaries down and let them move in, and so they had to figure this out. Attacked me, I sort of ignored it, but then when they started attacking my friend, that's what I said, and they were attacked, I fucking smart shit, called the cops. A few months ago, the cops didn't really do anything, and so I had to take matters in my own hands for an apartment while I was also paying for a mortgage. During that time, too, I was living with her. She would take my credit cards and it was $2,000, $3,000 at the time. And I felt like I couldn't afford just to kind of ease her. Eventually, she got arrested and charged for sale again with some of my friends and then getting attacked. And from the 2 or 3 orders against her. I was able to get some therapy with the compensation fund and get that to understand what that was and how I let that happen. But right now, I'm struggling with that. Totaling about $220,000 in debt. Between credit cards, mortgage arrears, and installment loans. And
$220 grand.
Yeah,
this is all good. And does that include your mortgage?
And yeah, well, no, that's about mortgage, but mortgage arrears. I think that's what mortgage arrears. $75,000 credit cards.
$75,000 in credit cards. Shoot.
For me having a lien on my credit, I had to protect myself and live in an apartment, and also pay for a mortgage.
So you're telling me that when you called the police,
this woman is violent. This is my home. I want her out of here. They just said, sorry.
Yeah, they tried to make contact. They didn't make contact. Because they didn't make contact, I still weren't out the door. I contacted the called. And the calls over, they weren't demanding. The police, so, yeah.
That's crazy.
You would be tempted to file suit against them for the cost of damages.
I thought about it. Yeah.
Because you were clear, and if you could go through your phone records. Here.
Holy Toledo!
Yeah, it's just a miserable situation because it's easy for me to be like, dude, why didn't you just cut off your credit card? Why didn't you just kick her?
Yeah, I guess if I'm never, I looked that way too, and different situation. It was going down to that, and I was like, I just was like, I'm going to.
So part of the challenge you have in front of you is twofold. Number one, it's learning this will never happen again. Because I value my dignity and worth. So if I meet somebody and they move in that day I find out they violently try to stab 2 different people, they will move out that day. Yeah. I personally haven't felt so pull their stuff into the street. Yeah, right. And here's the other thing you gotta wrestle with. This whole thing can make you real hard.
Yeah.
And that hardness will not serve you well with connected, deep, intimate relationships. Yeah. This is gonna be a balance. Why am I telling you this? Because it's just gonna be uncomfortable for a season. Yeah. And so it's yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be it's kind of like waking up, and I've just had folks who found themselves like I just got open and I've been gained 125 pounds. But it happened over a period of time. There's some dark seasons, and there's some unintentional seasons. It's a really stressful season, and so I'm gonna have to be. It's not all gonna come off in a day. I'm gonna have to take a whole bunch of really intentional, direct steps through seasons, through stressful seasons, through joyful seasons, to regain the health and fitness that so you find yourself there. And that starts with you keeping your promises to yourself. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to write a letter to you and on the date that she moved in. And I want you to write a letter to that guy and let him know you forgive him. You love him. And you've gone through the steps to never let this happen again because you remember this year. You remember being told that he was. You remember being told he felt like you kept calling. His friends were getting assaulted. He was getting assaulted with somebody who has like attempted murder or something, right? So yeah, it's calling that guy and letting him know things weren't okay then. I've done and I'm continuing to do the work now, so this.
Graduating there and stuff. Existence of God. In the big picture, what are the kinds of arguments on both sides that you think are the primary ones that are legitimately used to either
Rice is good for our tummy.
Rice is good for your tummy.
Well, some arguments use reasonable attempt to admit that, like, arguments. Some arguments are empirical. They look at facts about the world and they're best explained by the existence of some kind of God. It might be like a fine-tuning argument, any kind of teleological argument. And then there are arguments which kind of sit in the middle. They look at observations and they apply, like, principles that you can use to those observations to get to the conclusion of God. And this is where you might get ontological arguments, like the first argument. I think that people are most excited at the moment. You often hear that the most sort of powerful argument is the fine-tuning argument. And actually, because we're very like scientifically excited in this culture, I think science is like it's where it's at, and the biggest questions are. So when there's a question which science like struggles with and sees as like foundational, and not just like the kind of question which science could answer for someone else's discipline. Yeah, maybe there's a first school science could answer that one day, but we don't need to know how to do science. But the fine-tuning argument, the constants of the universe, the universe together. Science has sort of no clue about that. That's when people start looking out. But for me, the most powerful argument for the consciousness is the same one that I think the most powerful argument since people began to think about this, which is a first cause argument. But when I say that, I want to be careful about what I'm saying. A lot of people misunderstand various versions of the first cause arguments, which I think are put forward by someone like Thomas Aquinas, based on the metaphysics of Aristotle. When we talk about first causes, sometimes people assume that what we're talking about is first cause time.
I passed out watching the stream.
You passed out. We're on a little bit of a win streak, actually. I think we won last 3.
Outside of space and
I
time,
watched a lot of the stream.
parts of the universe. So you've got this first course at the beginning of the universe, and the objection from most people is like, well, the universe just. When you ask people if the universe goes first course, they might say, I don't know. Maybe the universe is eternal. Maybe the Big Bang
I
is
sure
the
did.
beginning of everything.
Did you win as Longhorns?
This kind of stuff. Just surprised people.
No, that Longhorn game, you're going to have to go back and watch some of it later if you fell asleep during it. I was down 28-7. I ended up going up 36-35, and then I lost 38-36. I almost had a 21-point comeback with them. That was the best game of the day.
It was a close game.
Horizontal and like vertical hierarchy. Horizontal causation might go.
Last game I won 8-7. All the scoring was done in the second quarter. I scored a touchdown with no time left, and then got a 2-point conversion, and that was all the scoring there was.
There's another answer to the question: why is the cup there? Which is why is the cup there right now? The answer is a big number of things. Okay, so why is the tabletop there? Why the legs? Why the legs don't be held by the carpet, after the under the floor, and so on. Now, those are 2 different causal chains. So maybe in the first, why is the cup there? Because I placed it there. Why did I place it there? Because I had a drink. Why did I have a drink? Because I was thirsty. That causal chain, the horizontal chain that stretches backwards in time, I'm speaking imperfectly here, but here is the kind of causal chain that Aquinas has no problem saying could be infinite. Yeah, maybe that goes back infinitely into the past. The example he gives is like, say, like fathers and sons. You know, like my dad is like, I don't want to say like he gave birth to me, but he didn't know. My dad gave birth to me. I can have birth to a son, and that son can give birth to a son, and that son can give birth to a son, and so on. And it works the other way too. Like my dad had a dad, his dad had a dad. Quite as possibly that could, in theory, go back on him. Why? Because, crucially, if my father dies and isn't in the picture anymore, I have my own power to bring about a son. Right? Like each, this kind of causal chain, father, son, is one of which each individual member has its own causal power to bring about the next future chain.
Kickoff.
Because of that, you can remove earlier members, and the chain will keep on going. This is what.
Alright, let's see what we got going on.
Accidentally good series. But he distinguishes this very carefully. He calls it essentially good series. In an essentially good series. The members of the causal chain don't have any power of their own. If borrow it, previous member effect. So think now about the table holding up the cup, right? The legs are holding up the tabletop and the cup is holding up the legs. In this kind of causal chain, the position of the cup is caused by the tabletop. The position of the tabletop is caused by the position of the legs.
First down.
Tabletop on its own, out of the cup. In the same way that if my father dies, I retain the power down the son. In this kind of chain, each member of the chain relies right now in this instance on the sort of higher chain.
Hello, I'm Sam.
Hello, Sam.
The legs don't have more power. So if I remove them, they must stay down. Oh, so they don't have.
Wow, he caught that.
Hello, Sam.
I'm impressed. He took a hit.
And then you can say nothing's holding
The Earth up. There's something holding the Earth in place. A force of gravity or something like that. Or what's holding the force of gravity in place? Like, why is that working? You basically get down to this sort of fundamental question. And it's the kind of first cause argument which traces a regress and says there must be some point at which it starts. But for Aquinas, the reason he distinguishes
Anyone have any wishes to share? Yes.
I wish I could watch national news.
Yoga.
Mine. No, bitch. You better just get right here. It is.
Italy. Can I go to your house, please?
I'm giving you my officially unofficial official.
When the weather gets cooler.
Yes, when the weather gets colder.
If that sounds good.
Do you have a Wii?
Comments. Am I crazy? Who's overrated?
Do you have a Wii?
And do you agree with the teams that all these?
No, I used to.
Do you have a DS?
Let's get to it. Let's predict every division. Number 1, number 4. Good.
No, I
Despite the
used
like button,
to.
it really does help the gym. Okay. Let's begin. The AFC East. Now, I'm doing my predictions. I didn't want to give you something that wasn't authentic, and I know it just yet. But I did want to get this video out. So, we're going 1 through 4, no records just yet. As you notice, I have the Patriots winning the AFC East. The second season. The Buffalo Bills, second. Also making the playoffs.
Do you like Wheel of Fortune?
Finishing 3rd and the Miami Dolphins in 4th. The reason for the Patriots in 1st is I personally don't believe
Do I like what?
is going to make a huge difference between the Patriots and the Bills. In fact, I actually think the Bills' schedule is more difficult than the Patriots.
Shit, I didn't get it.
When you look at what the Bills have to face. Yeah, sure.
Wheel of
The
Fortune.
Patriots have to play
Wheel of Fortune?
Seahawks.
Yeah, it's alright.
On the Bills, it's fine.
Shit, I didn't get it.
The Patriots, they have to play the Broncos. Well, actually, this entire division has to play this
Yeah,
entire
it's
division.
alright.
Let's use another example. In the NFC South, the Patriots have to play Jacksonville. Have fun playing Houston. And then, in the NFC North, the Patriots play the Steelers, and we're going to play them, depending on the levels of Ravens. So, when you look
first place,
Say
second
the
place in the
award,
AFC.
please.
Last year was the best year to finish second. If you ask me, both teams have great quarterbacks.
Asshole.
As a new receiver, AJ Brown. That's going to take the Patriots offense to the next level. They're already a top 3 offense last season by many metrics. Josh McDaniels in year 2, building on what he did with Jerry Bay in year 1. Travion Henderson in year 2, Will Campbell and Jerry Wilson on the offensive line in year 2, developing. The team is better on the offensive line. A lot of is really well. This team has one of the best tandem of guards in the NFL. That's Mike Whitman and Elijah Tucker. Jerry Wilson at his natural position. He's still got the old man Moses. You got Caleb Lomu for that depth in the first round. You got a young tight end that you're looking forward to watching, and I think from Andre, it's going to
I touched it too early.
This is the deepest receiving course in the NFL. Kyle Williams was showing up in the preseason. He's an You got A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs new to the team. Romeo Doubs, a proper number 2. Can play inside, outside, red zone, front and third down, hitting the back shoulders, all that sort of stuff. Mario Douglas, playing with Jerry Butler. You've got Matt Collins, Mr. Grounded, No Shoes.
Brandon.
A fun football play. Keyshawn Booty, Eric Stingley can cover. I mean, look at this receiver core, bro. Trey with an improved offensive line, he can throw 40 touchdowns this year.
We saw Brando today
They can have the best offense in the NFL.
at Trader
Oh,
Joe's.
good. It's in discussion.
You went to Trader Joe's.
The defense isn't good. You got Christian Gonzalez, soon to be the highest paid corner in football. Got a really nice safety jam in the middle. Right? You got Marcus Jones, Carlton Davis,
You went to Trader Joe's.
Christian Barber, Trayvon Jones. I mean, this defense is very solid. I would call it top
We
10.
also
By the end
saw
of last
David
season,
at
they were
Trader
top 5,
Joe's.
top 3. So, the Patriots, crazy chance for a reason.
Trader Joe.
Where they lost talent.
Football.
Lost anyone of note. No coaches. No players. They're really worried about losing. Right?
Oh, let's go. Touchdown.
You're my favorite live streamer.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I like keeping up with all the storylines. It comes from what's
Oh, let's go touchdown.
Which to me, every single time tells me they should be better. It should be, because 14 wins is hard to improve upon. 14 wins is hard to actually repeat. And yes, Patriots did have a very easy schedule last year. But they did also beat pretty much every AFC playoff team last year, including the Buffalo Bills.
And 2 points.
Who's better roster-wise? I think we'll just be able to say the Patriots. The Patriots have a better, deeper receiving core. Sure, the Bills have a better running back, but not running backs. They have a better offensive line, probably. They lost David Edwards. So, I think we're talking about is the Bills lost Sean McDermott. And they're going to be experimenting. Joe
I just kicked it out of bounds.
he was going to be an offensive coordinator. And the Bills have the defense that justifies them winning this division. I mean, I don't know.
Arrow.
It's not as good as the Patriots defense, right? They've got
Out
some
of
good
bounds.
players, and all the yourself, right? I like some of the additions they've made. I like Christian Benford. Like this CJ Gardner Johnson, whatever his name is nowadays. Pick up. I like Deion Walker, who's a young guy, but I mean, yeah, I don't know, guys. Like the Bills, yeah, sure. They make the playoffs every year. They're consistent. Josh Allen's probably the best quarterback in the league. But Trey May's also one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And this is a better coaching staff than New England. And they were better than the Bills last year. So it's like, it's hard for me not to pick the Patriots. Not just because they're my team. I actually think they have an easier schedule, weirdly enough. So take the Patriots to win this division. We're gonna, obviously, you know, point
probably 50-50. Right? But let me know what you guys think in the comments. I think this is a really interesting discussion, a really interesting debate. I think both these teams will make plays. They both might be in the AFC Championship, for all we know, right? They might be the two best quarterbacks in the conference. The Jets, at number 3, I think
Hello, I'm
really
Sam.
justifiable. They have a much more talented roster, deeper roster than the Miami Dolphins. When you actually look at the Jets roster, they have 2 first-round tackles. Okay? They've got a young offensive line that I like from last year. They have a much better quarterback this year. Justin Fields to Geno Smith. I think that's a huge improvement, personally. Breece Hall is playing at a very high level. Garrett Wilson is healthy. They try first-round talents on offense at skill positions, tight end, receiver. Adonai Mitchell for the full year and another year of development. This looks to be a very talented offense around Geno Smith. They have a suspect play caller. They have a suspect quarterback.
Fourth and goal.
But if Geno can play like he did 2 years ago, the Jets being a sleeper team. Defense.
It's alright, dude. You're okay, Pooty.
Brandon Stevens played really well last year. You got Fitzpatrick in the building now. It's a decent defense on paper. They have a top 3 draft pick on the edge now in Bailey. The Jets could be one of the more underrated rosters in the league. Their problem is
Doodle.
coach and a coach is really the worst. So that's what keeps them from being a real team. But they do have some nice pieces and are a lot more talented than Miami. Why Miami's at last? Miami is the Dolphins just don't have the talent around Malik Willis. I like Malik Willis. I think he has potential to be something as a starter in the NFL. Jeff Hafley, we'll see what he can bring.
Dog barked.
Hopefully some toughness and grit and fight to this unbelievable roster.
Doolez is the name of your dog.
Trying to build with guys on 1-year contracts.
Yes, Doodles.
Right?
Bob Walker.
Receivers. I'm intrigued by Malik Washington with a little bit of development. Some of these younger guys they drafted, they took chances on. Still got Devon A-Shane. I'm excited for Willis and A-Shane to run the football with a creative, fun run game. And then on the defensive side, they do have, I think, a really good group of linebackers, a solid group of interior defensive linemen. But they're far, far away from being a real team. They're definitely in rebuilding mode on purpose, and it's totally understood. So the AFC East, Patriots, Bills, playoffs, Patriots at the top, Jets, the Dolphins. AFC score Higgins first. Very different discussion here.
Why are people shooting off fireworks?
Second, playoffs. Steelers, Rams, 4th. This could flip at the top by the end of my prediction season. I could have the Bengals first. My problem with the Bengals is first, I continuously trust the Bengals and it's disappointing. So that's
Brandon
first.
with no
How
one.
many years in a row is Mitch going to predict the Bengals will be good? And they're not good. So at a certain point, they just got to get off the Bengals. But you still have the Bengals. Because you got Joe Burrow. You got Jamar Chase. You got T. Higgins. You got the Canadian sensation Chase Brown.
Her name was on there.
The gritty and Mike Gesicki. And offensive line, is a lot more talented than people give it credit. Ted Karras still reminds me. I think Orlando Brown, Mims is a monster. I think this offense is going to be
First down.
I think they're going to put
Quiet, Pooh. Poodle.
That Bengals should slice and rip apart. It's a huge year. Huge year. So, yeah, I have them in the playoffs. I don't care. Defense, no defense. Team, your defensive line, they're going to make it. And they're going to be great. And I was listening to the preseason games, and their O-linemen are talking about their D-line, how good they look. William Mafe, Dexter Morris, Jonathan Allen, the boys are coming together here. Okay, I'm excited for it. Right? We'll see. And like I said, I love that pickup of Cook at the safety position from the Chiefs. I love some DJ Turner, some Dax Hill. I think they've got some pieces defensively, finally. and some of the first movements Miles Murphy develops again, I mean, who knows? It could be a real contender in the AFC if they have a good defense. I mean, I'm not saying good is even expectation. It's probably like not a disaster as expectation. But if it's somehow good, now we're talking. That being said, I have Baltimore first.
Brandon with no
Because of
B.
reliability. The Ravens are reliable.
Brandon with no B.
Even last year, or missing a portion of the year, they were still pretty good. They still almost made the playoffs. And Lamar has been a little bit more healthy than Joe Burrow, a little reliable, available
Random.
than Joe Burrow. And Lamar's played MVP caliber football pretty much every year he's been healthy in the last 3-4 years. They still got McKinney. They got my boy Zay Flowers.
That's a first down.
Yeah, I don't know if he's time to win long, but I think they did a good job
Mr.
replacing him with like Ethan Pochich, got John Simpson coming in and going. I think actually improved their guard position thanks to the draft.
That's a first down.
All right, solid. They should be able to run the ball. Lamar's going to make magic. He's going to hit these young receivers down the field. And here, thanks for my comment section.
He dropped it.
RJS live stream.
Wide the fuck open.
Jesse Minter guy, you'll see that in my coaching rankings if you haven't already.
He dropped it wide the fuck open, man.
Great from the start. But I think that he's going to bring in Kyle Hamilton, Roquan Smith, Trey
Who
Hendrickson,
does it?
Calais Campbell,
Wide the
Marlon
fuck
Humphrey,
open.
maybe a little bit too old in certain spots here on defense. You got guys like Dave Riggins, and you got Mike Green, guys who are getting the step up. So I think they're taking huge leaps. Starks is another. So this defense is deep. They've got 3 safeties, 3-4 corners that are really good. Right? Rodgers for the first time in a while.
Oh, touchdown!
So, I think the Ravens are going to be a chunky of defense. They've got a special back, and that should keep them at the top of this division. They have the most talented team. Bengals have a slightly easier schedule. That might decide things. See how it's split into. But for a number of reasons, go from Mike Tomlin to Mike McCarthy. Mike Tomlin
And 2-point good, too. We're up 16-13.
He's no longer a great coach. He has sustained success in multiple different organizations. I understand why he got the job. Part of it was to appease Aaron Rodgers. But he's not Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin has this magic where he is a great underdog coach. I don't think Mike McCarthy has that same little spice. I do like Michael Pittman, Jamel Dean, right, Jaquan Brisker, Sebastian Joseph Day, and even Rico Tower. I like some of these pickups, but the O-line is it's young, so the backfield is not elite. It's like it's you need to rely on last year, defense shaky last year. We've said it many times. Maybe these defensive players plays better than the team, plays better than
Do we play? Brandon with no N.
We're gonna milk some clock. He quit. We win.
Guys tune it back in because they are very talented. But from what I've seen recently, they think I'm going to still fight and play at a high level as Cam Hayward. So we'll see.
All right, this next game we're going to have to win if we want to get into the playoffs.
They're the Steelers. They've got a lot of talent.
We started the season 1-6. We won 4 in a row.
Rodgers is kind of scared again. I think Aaron Rodgers is probably going to
Troy.
into the sunset without a playoff appearance. The Cleveland Browns.
There's Troy. We got Troy, Tulane, and Tulsa left.
But look, he's got no quarterback to work with.
How many?
Certainly no Lamar Jackson, right? He's not coaching at Georgia. This is the Cleveland Browns. I like Quinshon Judkins. I like Harold Finn. I even like Denzel Boston. But that being said, Deshaun Watson? No. Shedeur Sanders? No. Defensively, no more Myles Garrett? Good luck. No more Jim Schwartz? Good luck. We're into a state. The AFC South. The Houston Texans in first. The Jags in second, no playoffs. The Colts in third. Titans in fourth. The Texans are playing this team. The most talented team. Clearly the team that should win the division. The reason they would not win the division is if they had an injured on defense and C.J. Stroud proves himself, which is kind of cool. Jacksonville would be the team that I think wins the division, which they did win the division last year. If I'm not mistaken, right? They did. It's kind of flown over the radar because the Texans were actually a better team. They went further in the playoffs. Jacksonville lost the first game in the playoffs. They lost to Buffalo. Houston actually beat Buffalo, so there you go. Houston has the best defense in football. Most talented defense in football. They have a ridiculous defensive line. They have, like, I don't know, and it just got better, by the way. Daniel Hunter, Will Anderson, they got McDonald from the draft.
Hello.
Logan Hall from the Bucks.
Hello.
They got Sheldon Rankins.
Let's keep this win streak going.
Their safeties.
We got to win this game to make the playoffs.
You got Petrie at the nickel. You got now Blankenship, who's been a part of great defenses with Philadelphia. Derek Stingley, Ari Lassiter, deeper secondary than they've had in years past. D'Amico Ryans calling the shots. And the offensive line is greatly improved from left to right. First to a year or two. You got Wyatt Teller in the mix. You dropped the first round guy in Rutledge. Inexperienced. Along with Braden Smith for the right time position to solidify that. Right? You've got Dana Montgomery to replace Joe Mixon and Bill Marks is in year two. I mean, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, like, where are the holes? There are none. Roster cuts. There are none. Considering who's done an exquisite job, this is maybe the most talented team in the entire AFC, with definitely the best defense. The question will be, can CJ Stroud stay upright? Can he make the first? Can he beat the Boys? If he can, they're Super Bowl. Playing, period. They're my number one team in this division. They are the team that will win this division. The Jacksonville Jags are a good number two team. Trevor Lawrence had a good year last year. This year, they like a top 12 quarterback. Can he do it for 2 years in a row? That has not been seen throughout his career. Their run game, there are questions about it after losing Travis Etienne. Their offensive line as a whole, it's young. It showed flashes last year. It's maybe a little bit overrated based on what they did last year. But I think that they have a good unit. They have a very deep receiving core. I love Parker Washington. I really like Brian Thomas. Will he be better this year? We'll see. Okay. Now we've got, is Travis Hunter going to do anything on offense? I don't know, but we've got Jacoby Myers, who doesn't even matter. We've got Brandon Strange healthy. I'm excited. I think the offense will be fun. The defense. Lion, that will likely regress. They don't have great talent defensively, especially if it's in Devin Lloyd. Their linebacker a little bit more suspect here. They still got Aluba Khan. They've got Walker. They've got Allen.
the core pieces. Don't love their D tackles, right? It's a feisty defense. They're well coached on both sides of the ball. They've got a really good quarterback. They've got some players. That's a makings of a playable team. So Jacksonville will probably win about 9 games. The Colts will win 3. The Colts, I just have too much respect for Steichen. He's shown me for the last couple of years. Defensive line is a nice floor. It's a good line. They can run the ball really well. They got Ty Ward, Allen Pierce if he's healthy, Josh Downs. Enough to throw the football to there. I think Downs could have a much better year this year with Pittman gone. He's more of a possession receiver. I think Pierce is a real deal guy. Like, people kind of underrate him. And so they've got a balanced offense. Hopefully Daniel Jones can stay upright. But if he doesn't, look out. Anthony Richardson, I'm not a huge fan of him, but if there is a guy that can reach his potential with an off-season to work and really stay healthy and build on his mechanics, Anthony Richardson has a lot of talent. So look out for that, okay? Defensively, I don't love it. This is where I'm down on the Colts. I think that I like their defensive coordinator in Big Lou, but he doesn't have a lot to work with here. I like Arden Key's addition, but they did lose a good start with Woody May for him to be added. Like, Latu is good, Buckner is excellent but old, so is Roper Stewart. They lost a key piece at nickel, just fundamental players for many seasons. Sauce Gardner's getting ripped up by A.J. Brown in practice. I don't know, Charvarius Ward's getting old. Like, their defense, I think they're getting old. A lot of the best players are old, and a lot of the new players are young and unproven and not high draft picks. Tennessee is my number 4, so I thought about Tennessee at 3, but I just have too much respect for Steichen, for the staff in Indianapolis, for the fundamentals of what the Colts are. I think they'll have a solid offense. I think that will be enough for them to be 3rd. I look at the tight ends, and I just think there will be too much instability, inconsistency from quarterback camp or their offensive line, especially their run game. I think will be lacking because their offensive line isn't very good. Yeah, I like that they have Paul Tate, Calvin Ridley, and Wan'Dale Robinson, but I don't really think that it's going to produce a top offense. I think they're going to be a fun offense. They're going to have moments. They're going to show flashes and improvements, but I don't think it's going to be consistent. Like, I think the Colts will have a more consistent attack. Defensively, I really like their defensive line, and if the Titans do really prove me wrong, I think it will be because Robert Sullivan is a good defense. I think it's because Jeffrey Simmons dominates with John Franklin Myers in the interior. And they've got, first-round talent at defensive end. They've brought in Jermaine Johnson at defensive end. They've got solid young linebackers. They've brought in, a couple of corners like Fly. So I think there's possibility the Titans have a good defense or a defensive-driven team with a young quarterback trying to find his way, and that can make them a 7, 8, 9 win team. At the same time, though, I don't think that's very likely. I think more than likely they're kind of inconsistent and still flawed on both sides of the ball. So I have them at number 4. All right. The final division in the AFC is the AFC West. Both teams making their playoffs. West and it Raiders as my 4. Okay, so Raiders is the 4. I just think they're too young. Like, Fernando Mendoza claimed to be. I like the potential of what they could become with Tom Brady's leadership. But I feel like it's going to take a year or 2. Ashton Genty, fun talent, need to see what he does this year. Something that he could be access to. Brian Miller's going to have 170 catches. No one else.
Yes.
Receiver. Receiver here. The offensive line, Tyler Linderbaum, Colton Miller, elite players, but Miller's coming off injury. They're going to have holes there, and that's going to provide pressure for an old Kirk Cousins from a young Mendoza. Defensively, Max Crosby, is he still elite? I don't know. I like some of their secondary players like Eric Stokes and some of their younger guys have a lot of talent and could potentially be very good players. So I'm excited to see what they do on that side of the ball. But I just don't know if their interior defensive line is kind of weak. It would be surprisingly solid defense, but I just don't see how they have the quarterback play, coaching experience to compete in this division. The Chiefs at 3. We've discussed the Chiefs at length. I mean, a separate video about the Chiefs, why I don't think they're that great. I mean, quickly going over here. Patrick Mahomes is coming off injury. He has not played an elite level in 3 years. Can he do it again? Can the offense get back to being explosive, fun, and productive? And the offensive line, which I think is actually very underrated. When you look at the offensive line, they could be a very good run game. I'm very invested in Kenneth Walker in fantasy for this reason. I think he's going to have a great year. Rashee Rice, off the field, problems. On the field, can't stay on the field. When he's on the field, he's good, but he's not great. Xavier Worthy has potential to be a guy that could really be useful for them, but they have yet to really figure out how to use him consistently.
Into the first quarter.
Travis Kelce's been turned slower than Brian Law. Andy Reid has lost his touch. Will Eric Bieniemy reignite it? We'll see. I don't know. So the offense, probably about top 10. Probably good, but not great. Looking at the skill positions, looking at how the trending, looking at everything defensively. They don't have a pass rush outside of Chris. They did try to use rookies, but pull those guys immediately. They plug and play contributors. I don't know. Those are really not as good as they used to be. They lost the Ocean Hill. The second one is enticing, intriguing. They picked up L'Jarius Sneed, Longs, their 3 best secondary players in the offseason. So it's not going to be as good. So Smith is this team did a year or 2 ago.
Fuck.
Spots. They got an easy schedule. And they're the 3rd best team in this division. I think they're more talented. I think the Chargers have enabled a special season.
Alright. That field goal.
I do see point progression for them. I think that a lot of points are typically reduced in the season. We're really fortunate that we're not next year. No one really thought we would be last year. We thought we would be the number 1 seed in the AFC. I don't think a lot of people thought that, right? Phoenix is good. He's not great. The whole line, pretty position. Will they get better? Will Harvey say they really receiving we'll see if he can be the difference. They do have a very deep receiving core. But their offense is kind of like dependent on what they can get out of Jalen Waddle. If they can get something out of Jalen Waddle, they could be really good, like top 10. But if not, they're going to be floating around. And it's going to be all their defense. They have a very difficult schedule this year. They play first place schedule. And they take some close games being losses instead of wins. Defense and it's always pretty awesome. They can be over aggressive sometimes. They have don't have Johnson with Myers anymore. Right? So if you lose Benito, that could be huge for them. Like that could really hurt their defense to where it makes them more of a mediocre team if their defense isn't as elite as it has been the last 2 years. It's been a top 3, top 5 defense. Pastor 10 leading the way. So they're a top team, but I can easily see the Chiefs on what happens in close games and what happens in like injury situations. But I can also see Denver winning the division because on paper they're the most talented team. And you've got the Chargers as my number 1. What I like about the Chargers is, I think last year they kind of proved that they can overcome injuries. So they have a pretty high floor thanks to Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert. They have a very safe thanks to Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel being the play caller.
Yes, we're taking
How
over.
many more teams you got?
I think I got 2 more after this. I need to win this game in order to
Mike McDaniel is going to bring, I think,
hit the playoffs.
best run games in football, most creative run games in football. I'm excited for Hampton and Mitchell in the backfield. Joku, it's like dominating up front and dictating the pace of play. It's great. For a second, Matt McConkey, Trey Harris, Quentin Johnson, they drafted a receiver. They've got a lot of different guys they can work with here. And I think Herbert could have a great season. I think he's going to have the best season of his career. And I think the Chargers are going to be scary because I think their offense is going to be elite. And their defense has been elite the last 2 years. They did lose Jesse Minter and their talent. It's more about scheme rather than talent.
Touchdown!
Up here, top 10 with this new defensive coordinator to where they can still be floating around the top 10. They've guys like Derwin James and Flannel Mack, Hart and these guys, but I think the offense is going to be explored. Quarterback's going to be explored. The Chargers to be the number 1 team in this division. At least for now. We're going to flip on into the NFC.
Damn it! Probably should have kept it.
The Eagles at number 2. Giants at number 3. I will not hold it all with a good name. Say, are you telling me
Watch national news.
Sling lets you do.
I wish I could watch national news for just $19.99 a month.
Sling lets you do
I'm
that.
getting word that a man has just embarrassed himself, asking for something Sling already lets him do.
National news for a great price. Sling lets you do that.
It's number 3. I really struggled with 3 and 4. I flipped back and forth. Here, I think they're almost going to be identical. I can see them both being 6 and 11, 7 and 10, 8 and 9 type of teams. What really hurts me is Larry Tunsil. I think Larry Tunsil, probably for the entire league, is going to very much take the Commanders out of any sort of dark horse conversation. Losing a left tackle of that ability is huge. And GT knows concerns about just consistency, concerns about losing Cliff Kingsbury, concerns about whether he can stay healthy. I have concerns about their running back position. This on next year, I thought that was a really smart pickup. It's basically a replacement for Deebo Samuel. Hopefully Terry McLaurin can be healthy the whole year. I'm probably going to be picking him in fantasy. I've picked him a ton of best ball drafts. I think he can have a really good year with Jaden if he's healthy. I like him as a backup, but it's how they could run games because they need healthy offense. Because their defense last year was atrocious. Now, the defense should be a lot better this year. They brought in a ton of different pieces from safety to linebacker to defensive line. Like, across the board, they're a completely revamped defense. Dan Quinn is a perfect year. But I look at the Commanders, I think they're going to struggle with some injury luck. Like, I just see it coming. Like, Larry Tunsil is already hurt. I think, and this is like just a vibes thing. Because I liked what the Commanders would have put the Commanders in third, especially after they signed Stephon Diggs, and I still very well can decide to put the Commanders in third. I don't know, something like with the Giants and the Commanders, I feel like the vibe with Dan Quinn is that he's going to get fired, and the vibe with John Harbaugh is he's probably going to take the Giants to a successful season or something of like note. And that is what I'm getting in the core, in the gut. It doesn't have a lot to do with football analysis here. It's kind of weird for me. But I feel like the Giants, they've got a lot of talent in defense, right? They've got Abdul Carter on the field base. They've got Brian Burns. They brought in 2 veteran defensive tackles in Shelby Harris and a DJ Reader.
Hello? Yes, sir. A what? Yeah.
I won't be surprised if Deshaun Watson gets injured again.
Right now I don't have a moment, sir. I'm extremely busy. Alright, sorry about that. Bye.
I won't be surprised if Deshaun Watson gets injured again.
The crowd booed Deshaun Watson. They don't want him, dude. They want to cut him. This is risky because I'm defending against the first down. If he wants to go for the touchdown, he might be able to get by behind my defense.
Isaiah Likely in the mix.
We got him.
I can see where
I just want to get in field goal range real quick if I can. This kicker's not great, though.
like Jackson Dart, maybe not be the guy. Those is healthy. Should be better. Yeah. But I can also see where John Harbaugh has this team believing in themselves. Their culture is strong. Jackson Dart, 5. Right? Like their pass rush is flying around.
All right, let's see if that'll get me in range.
Fun team. While the Commanders, they're beat up. Jaden Daniels misses another 5 games. Jalen Quinn gets fired. Like, I can see those vibes, man. I feel it. The Eagles at my 2.
Troy is in Alabama.
I've said it all offseason. I don't believe in the Eagles.
Yeah, I thought they were.
I typically know when they're going to be very good, and I typically know when they're not going to be very good. I do think their defense is outstanding on paper. I mean, and I do think Vic Fangio is going to make them a very, very good unit. I think they'll be a top 5 defense.
The kick is up. It's good. We're up 9-7 at half.
But Jalen Carter, Jonathan Bernard, Nolan Smith, I mean, Ebiketie, the list goes on, right? Like, Ajomo, they got dudes, okay? So their defense is pretty studly across the board. They will be dominant. I think Jalen Hurts is going to struggle again this year. I think they're going to struggle to evolve offensively, schematically, to find something that works for them and Jalen Hurts. I think they're going to struggle in a post-A.J. Brown world. I don't think Mekhi Lemon is going to live up to the hype. I think Devontae Smith will be good, but I just don't know if they'll have consistency in the passing game. And I'm scared about Saquon's aging and how he looked last year after tearing the league up 2 years ago. The offensive line with Lane Johnson aging, and Sirianni losing the locker room fairly easily. I'm not convinced by the offensive coordinator hire.
Yeah, they really do. They're one of the new teams. They dominated the division below this for years.
It's just going to make them unstable, inconsistent, and when Philadelphia is like that,
sack.
Josh. Moments, they'll be like a 9-8 maybe, or 10-7.
So, Eli, this sounds kind of wild. This is going to sound kind of wild. But I'm picking a chick up tonight to move in. That I've been talking to.
Wow, WTF.
Yeah, I'd always told this chick, I go, when you're ready to move in, just let me know. She goes, I'm ready. I go, really? Tonight? A night I had to work? So now I'm going to call into work and go get her here in a little bit. She lives quite a bit away, so I have to drive over and get her. Oh, I should have picked that off. It doesn't matter. It was
Age
fourth
or
down.
older.
She's around my age. He quit. He quit. Guys, we started this season 1-6. Now we are 6-6. We are 6-6, and we should be heading to the playoffs. I gotta go charge my phone real quick. I'm gonna get me another soda. But guys, we've done the improbable. We had no business making the playoffs, but we've won 5 games in a row to get here. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna charge up this phone. Let me get a soda. Do you know how much I have to drive tonight, Eli, if I leave? If I leave and get this chick, do you know how long I have to drive for? It's going to be dumb.
No.
3 hours and 15 minutes to get there. So 6.5 hour drive.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So we got Tulane and Tulsa left. We're going to the playoffs.
That's gonna suck if it doesn't work out in the end.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't ever going to visit with her, because a visit's not worth it. If the chick lives, I didn't match with her first. She matched with me first. But if a chick's that far away, then they have to. If a chick's that far away, then if they want to see me, they're just gonna have to move in, flatly. Because I'm only making the trip once.
How long have y'all been talking?
It's not the Rebecca chick that fucking flaked on me. It's the other one, Jessica. I thought Jessica had flaked on me for like a week at one point, but her dad took her phone away. And that's why that's one of the reasons I kind of made the fucking video I made talking about dads who they over control or they take care of their daughters, their adult daughters, and how they're over controlling and they're preventing them from finding a guy and all that. That whole video was kind of about that. And the same thing was with Rebecca. Lived with her dad. Beverly lived with her dad. A lot of these chicks, single chicks, live with their dad who's divorced from their mom. That legitimately, I've seen it so often. We're waiting for an opponent because this is a playoff game, so it takes longer to find a match. But yeah, after these 2 games, I'll get a final confirmation on whether or not she's wanting me to pick her up. And if so, then I'll go. And I'll probably get up there by 11 o'clock or so, and then probably get back here like at 2 or something in the morning. Still waiting for an opponent. That's the only problem when you reach the playoff. Who else is in the playoff? There we go. We got somebody. This is only the third time we've hit the playoffs. One time we lost in the first round. Another time we made it to the semifinals. I'm on Tulane. Let's go defense. For some reason, before I started the stream, I thought the T's had like 13 teams. They got like 10 or something like that. It's the fucking U's. The next time we play, the U's have 13 teams, I think. Because we have U, V's, and W's left. S, T, U, V, W. There's no X, Y's, or Z's. Damn it, he got the first down. All right, 4th and inches. We need to defend this hard. He called timeout, so he's probably changing his play. Quarterback sneak. He got it. Damn it. Just had the ball the whole first quarter. Damn it. One second left in the first. What a dangerous last second pitch. But I got the first down. But that's like the biggest difference between this game and Madden for me is the option. Doing the option. Who just pick her up? Okay. Did I do enough? 4th and inches. We're going to quick hike it. Just try to get it there real quick. We got it. That was good usering by me, figuring that out. First down.
Hi, I'm Sam.
Hi, Sam. Couldn't quite squeeze it in there.
We're gonna go at 9.
This is the second to last game. We're in the playoffs. Started the season 1-6. We ended up 6-6 after winning 5 in a row to get here. Oh, come on. He fucking just shed that block. Last second there.
Tomorrow.
We're going for it on 4th and 21. It's too long for a field goal. It's too short for a punt, but it's a ridiculous thing that I'm asking for this. 1-on-1 deep. No good. Damn it.
No good. Damn it.
Yeah, that third down play has really screwed me. I really thought if he would have held his block, I could have rounded that corner.
Do we play? You're my favorite streamer.
You're one of my favorite viewers. You and Eli.
Yummy.
Yay. All right, we got it to 4th down. He got it.
Minion.
He's in field goal range.
Mayonnaise.
I speak Mignonese, motherfucker. We need to get him on a turnover. Nope. He got a touchdown on us.
Mayonnaise.
Down 14-0.
I'm 14-0.
Best chance here. Throw it deep. Catch it, get down, call timeout. All right, now it's to the end zone or
Best chance here, throw it deep.
help for like a tip pass, a PI, or something.
You're losing.
I caught it! The ball's still loose!
I caught it. The boy's still loose. What a play.
Kind of wild, huh? Alright, we gotta make this possession count.
That was funny.
Yeah, I tried to lateral it to keep the play alive, then he tried to lateral to keep the play alive. I fumbled! Are you kidding me right now? Are you fucking kidding me?
It just tastes like soup. I fumbled.
It just tastes like soup is
Okay.
right. Yeah, that was a legitimate fumble. That was not a lateral or anything. That was just a fumble.
Are you fucking kidding me?
And like I just said, hey, I needed a good drive that ends in a touchdown. And then the first play of the drive is a fucking fumble. We fought so hard to get to these playoffs.
It was a funile. You have no luck with these playoff games. Fumble I mean.
Yeah, I've had 3 playoff games. I'm 1-2 in the playoffs because there's the one I got bounced in the first round, and there's one where I won a game then lost in the semifinals. So we're 1-2 in the playoffs. So we've only made it. It's our 4th time making it. No, 3rd time making it. And it's been a while since we made it. We made it like 2 of the first 3 seasons, and then I went like a few seasons without even making it.
Our 4th time making it.
Yeah, 3rd time. 1 and 2 in the playoffs.
It's been a while since we
You got to
made
win
it.
3 in a row in the playoffs to win the championship.
To win the championship. Wow, this is a 5-hour stream.
Yeah, it took a while.
Yeah, it took a while. The longest stream ever. Touchdown.
Great, he's going for 2, and I have my special teams on the field. It's going fucking awesome.
This is going fucking awesome. Brandon. Dankaman. Then 71,287.
Who is that?
Zach. Sam likes to watch DSP.
Do you really? Go, 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 go!
Who is that?
Touchdown! DSP Gaming, Darkside Phil, you ever heard of him?
Do you really? I'm just kidding. Go, 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 go. Touchdown.
And the 2-point play. He picked kickoff, so I went onside kick. Oh no, he's on the onside kick. Oh well. I made that look easy.
$421 subs.
It was 422 at one point. We lost one. It'll still take longer to hit the watch time. Watch time's around 1,900 hours. So we need like basically 80 more subs and 1,100 more hours of watch time. This stream's helped a lot with the watch time. This stream's helped a lot with it, watch time. Unless I get a viral... I have not had like a viral video
This is what we got at
for
Trader Joe's.
a little while. Like one that got over 1,000 views. Like that wasn't a short. I haven't had that for a little while. I've only had a handful that are like that. So the only thing that's really getting me watch time is the live streams. We'll use our first timeout. Their second timeout. They try to kick the field goal to go at 3 possessions. He made it. Maybe I made the wrong move trying to do the onside kick, but I don't know. I feel like I was already down by so much. I should have to, I suppose. Just gotta score quickly. He's bringing that blitz. I'm going to have to take my shots. That works too. That got me a ton of yards. Touchdown.
Touchdown.
Two-point play, no good. We're still down 11. We're not dead yet, though. We need a lot of help, but we ain't dead yet. And we I thought we were going to recover the onside kick. We almost did. I was about to say we recovered the onside kick, but we didn't. Last time out. He threw it. I mean, he dared to throw it. I mean, bringing all this in the box, almost daring him to throw, and he did throw.
Last time out.
Yeah. You guys have to snap it before a 2-minute warning. Come on, defense. I'm not putting fucking 10 in the box for my own health.
Yeah. Come on, defense.
He dropped the ball. The ball's on the ground. How's that a touchdown? Go, go, go. Just go. Oh, I thought that was going to be intercepted. I had two guys down there, only one defender on them. And of course it went to the defender. But he dropped the interception.
Toast me. Lilo. Toast it.
I caught it!
The checker.
On 4th and 17.
I caught it. Give me the number 2 badge. Now please.
Now. That'll do it if he takes a knee. And he's not taking a knee. He's in a formation. He pours another one on. Another one. Another one. Another one. My defense let me down today on this game.
Hello. Adding insult to injury.
Wow.
Do we party please?
Just immediate end zone shot's going to be happening. Oh, he wants to be a wise guy. I see.
Watch him get a safety.
Huh. Almost.
Almost.
I caught it.
I caught it.
Oh, I almost caught that and then got in the end zone, because if he would have caught that off the ricochet, there was no one behind the defense.
I almost caught that.
Incomplete. Alright. We're out. We lose the playoff game. Now we got one more team to do. Up, Bugles. I'm going to check on my phone.
We lose the playoff game.
We got one more team to do today.
One more team to do.
Let me check on my phone.
Player of the game. Hello. Lonist, sir.
Great, I got promoted to upper class. The last time I was promoted there, I got steamrolled.
Promoted. Searching for opponent.
Head toward West 6th Street.
North Dakota State, they've been a popular team people have picked because they're new.
Hello, I'm Sam.
What's up, Sam? Oh, we're going to have a kickoff return. A kickoff return for a touchdown. Let's go.
What's up, Sam? A kickoff return. This isn't the same guy as before. What same guy? The same Mutsu player.
Oh, wow.
Hello. Oh, wow. RJ.
What's up, man?
What's up, man? Aren't we getting a Ocarina of Time Direct soon?
I mean, that's what everybody thinks. Well, we'll see.
That's what everybody thinks. Do you know Brandon?
I don't know Brandon.
Whatever podcast is on.
I never watch it live. I just look at the clips. I never see the Sean Ryan show live either. I just either watch the clips or the clips interest me, and then I'll watch the episode later.
Do you know anyone named Brandon?
But I definitely don't do the Whatever podcast live. I can only handle so much of those dumbass bimbos. I just gotta watch that in chunks, clips.
Talk to me, please.
What's up, Sam?
What's up, Sam? We're doing a study of James in Whitsunday Bible study.
Oh, nice. What a play.
Oh, nice. Ellie. Isaac is in the Bible.
Yes.
I wonder how many of those bimbos defend Lindsay Clancy. Yes.
Probably a decent amount. I don't know how that's even a thing.
Probably a decent amount.
Touchdown. Quarterback kept it himself. Well, no, I think people, for a little, they understand that mental health issues can cause murders and murders of your children.
Touchdown.
Like, that's an understood point. However, that doesn't get you out of the crime. Or it should not get you out of the crime. I believe in order to murder someone, you do have to be mentally insane to some degree, but we don't stick all murderers in insane asylums. And the reason you don't do that is because if you deem somebody not insane anymore, you must release them. This is why I've never liked the distinction of, well, this person's going to an insane asylum for murder, because obviously they're crazy, but this person was sound of mind when they murdered, so therefore they go to prison. I think they just both go to prison.
She couldn't have had postpartum psychosis. She was 8 months after giving birth.
Yeah, there's also that scientific evidence right there, Eli, as well. But again, I think that we can describe things and why they happen, like postpartum but that doesn't excuse the crime itself. It's the same way I feel about if you have somebody that's like mentally retarded or extremely autistic, but they go after minors, they're still pedos. And we got to protect the children. They still committed the act or want to commit the act, and regardless of their mental state, it's not made to be an excuse. It's a reason. You know what I mean? Maybe you do look at them a little bit differently than somebody who was sound of mind, but it shouldn't change your judgment under the law. You got the stop.
Today would have been Kobe's 48th birthday.
Damn. And LeBron will still be in the league.
Damn. They're making a Dragon Ball Super meal at Burger King. Hi, I'm Sam. Call Bob, please. FaceTime Bob, please.
FaceTime Bob, please.
You gotta do a food review on that.
Oh, what a play.
What a play.
There we go.
There we go.
Third down.
Third down.
We'll wait till 1 second on the play clock, call timeout, send out the field goal team.
We were talking about how because Abraham and Sarah were impatient they made Islam through Ishmael.
Yeah, that's what we talked about that a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Kick is up and good. We're up 17-7. Okay, well, I'll go to work tonight then. Well, that chick's already flaking, so... It's just that stupid shit. This is why I didn't jump out of my chair and go right away. I know better.
So you're not picking her up?
I don't think so.
Does Brandon say the S word?
Intercepted. If we do win this, that would be 6 of the last 7 games if we win it. He dropped it.
This is one of your best performances in this game.
Well, I mean, I did lose early on. Early on I was losing, you know. In the stream. Earlier I was losing in the stream.
The Hellraiser game looks great.
I didn't even notice that dude in front of me.
Brandon. Danthman.
Take another field goal.
I didn't even notice that guy in front of me. It reminds me of Doom but with puzzles. Take another field goal. Fuck.
I mismanaged the end of the half there. Alright, well.
Football. Is this the last team?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. Hello, I'm Sam.
Sam was into the chat. Oh, yes, he dropped it. He had the dude wide open. He freaking dropped it. That's great.
Sam have entered the chat. The David books.
That's a
What's
backwards
the
pass.
next
That's a
letter
fumble.
team?
U's. So I think the next one's U, which is like 13 teams, like the most of any letter. We only have 2 left. No, wait. S, T, U, V, W. We have 3 left.
No me.
U, V, and W. I didn't have shit.
We have 3 left. U, V, and W. I don't have shit. Halloween will be out when you're done. Oh shoot.
Halloween will be out September 8th. We'll be playing Assassin's Creed longer because we have side quests and shit to do. Man, I fucking blew it on that drive.
Brandon. I fucking blew it on that drive. Blood of the Dawn Walker gameplay looks like an evolution of Witcher 3's gameplay.
I'm talking to this bitch.
2 teams. Nose. Where is Tulsa?
Oh, I know exactly what this was. This was the kind of thing where it's a woman testing to see if she could get out and then figuring out, I can if I want to, so I'll decline for now, and then now later on I'll ask maybe. That's what it was. Seen it 5 billion freaking times.
Does Brandon say the S word?
Brandon? Maybe.
Maybe. Touchdown.
Alright, we need a much better drive than last time, that's for sure. Quarterback keeper on the option. He's got the option figured out now. He's guarding the pitch man. Shit. Oh, what a play.
Shit. Oh, what a play. Hi, I'm Sam.
Caught it.
RJ.
What's up, bud?
It feels good when I'm chatting with him.
Hey.
I'm so kind.
You're too kind. You're too kind. 3rd and goal.
Because he's so kind.
Oh, yes.
Ellie is kind too.
Through the pipes. We're up 24-14. Looking for wins 6 of the last 7.
Go the pipes.
Goal here is just to let him score too quickly.
David ate doggy yums. Don't let him score too quickly.
Yeah, keep everything in front of you. Don't let it be a cheapie. Make him earn it down the field.
Hale Walker. Paul Walker.
All right, come on, defense, hold up. Now, if I were him, how much do you consider just taking the field goal now and getting to the onside? I think I would. I think I would have used that last timeout right there, and then I would have sent out the field goal team.
If I were him.
Because now you've committed to the touchdown at this point. And there's only 16 seconds left and one timeout. And there's the touchdown. But again, he'll have to recover an onside kick.
There's only 16 seconds left. There's the touchdown.
Just got to recover this. And we did. That's going to do it. We're going to take this quarterback kneel and get this win 24-22.
Take on me. They sing that song in the Minions. Hello, I'm Sam.
All right, Sam, Eli. I think I'm out of here. I will see you all tomorrow.
Since you've been gone,